Hello there, and we're doing it live. We're live. So yeah,
all the way live.
Yeah. We have seen the most recent episode of The Mandalorian, and at least some of us thought it was actually good. So that's kind of amazing.
I think most of us thought this episode was good.
Well, yeah, I just didn't want to speak for everybody.
Yeah, I get you.
So yeah,
one of the big things is the helmets.
Go around the round table. General thoughts.
Hello, general thoughts. So yeah, my general thoughts is, okay. Just to be upfront about it, I thought it was a very good episode. I did have some issues, but then again, do I ever not have issues? So yeah, that's what I'll say for now. We'll get to any of them as they come up. So, around the horn, over to Natso.
I really liked this episode. It was everything I actually wanted from the show, and it made me ask the question, like, why can't the show be this peak, like, most of the time?
Come on. It took us 7 episodes. I mean, that's not that many, is it?
Well, here's the thing. Episode 5 was quite good. It had some problems, but it was pretty good. And then episode 6 was like a meh, your usual Mandalorian episode. And I hate that the usual Mandalorian episodes are meh. Like,
yeah,
the show should be more on than
off.
Yeah. I mean, like, you've already had like the first season. The first season is when you make your show mostly just okay, mostly just kind of good, mid, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's when you up the seasons that you start upping the ante. And even in season 2 had some okay episodes and then some really good episodes. And then this one was mostly okay episodes, maybe 1 or 2 bad, and like 2 out of the whole bunch so far were really good episodes.
Mm-hmm.
But this one in particular was very good. It was everything I was looking for in Mandalorian culture and creed, and the way it was done. It was surprisingly, like, respectful. And even though I'm still griping on the helmet rule, I can kind of understand why some hold to it.
I was actually going to say, so are we going to hear your obligatory helmet comments?
Yes. That's probably the only one you're going to get this time around, though.
Now, something that I was thinking about today, which is not something that I think that they're doing it for, but a reason why they may have actually kind of perverted a rule into having the helmet always be on is to always be perceptive. And you want the helmet on because that helmet has all those extra sensory things. And it might have originally been never be without your helmet. And then it got perverted into never take your helmet off.
Yeah, I can see a perversion in that regard, but again, I don't think
it's not good. I'm just saying that I think that may be how it could be seen as being perverted.
Yeah, I don't think, by the way, that this that this series does the same 360 helmet rule that you're expecting from the old expanded universe.
Oh, no, I'm pretty sure you're right about that, and that's something that I kind of hate. Because
I know exactly what you're talking about. When I went through the Han Solo books, they mentioned that Boba Fett had that sort of 360 view. If anybody was behind him, he would know.
But by the way, has anyone here played a first-person shooter game and been able to screw around with the INI file enough to actually give yourself 360 view?
I haven't.
Actually, yeah.
I have.
That
Me
must be
too.
fun.
It is weirder. because a lot of times people would use that to give them a wider field of view to maybe like 180, which is fine. But when you bring it to 360, if you get used to it, holy shit, it is amazing. But it is
Dude, imagine being able to do that with like a PC edition of Star Wars Bounty Hunter.
Yeah. Okay. To be clear, I'm talking that I did this with Doom, Doom 2, Doom 3, and Quake.
Nice.
And I did this while playing against people. Yeah. And there was a lot of what? How did you know I was there? I'm not telling you. It was really disorienting at first, but damn. And that's why when I found out that in Expanded Universe, their helmets gave them 360, I was like, you go, guys.
Bro, that's the Mandalorians for you.
Yeah. And so I had experience with doing that in the game. It's like, yeah, guys, go do that.
The Mandalorians can effectively watch their own six.
Yes. 100%. That's actually, yes. As long as they're good enough to be able to, once they realize that the enemy is right behind them, to pivot in time. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't sneak up on a Mandalorian, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Because they don't just have 360 degree vision, they also have all those nifty tools along with that, like thermal and all of that stuff. There's a reason why Mandalorians in their suits are scary. Or at least
They're
why
dangerous.
they were scary.
They're very dangerous.
Okay, so if you were done now, then over to Hunter.
Oh, should I go?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
As a Clone Wars fan, I got like teared up watching this episode because this reminded me very much like Clone Wars, like Last Stand in the episode, and like the whole. And actually, something fun about the episode was that was like the thing with the tribes coming together, or like the different Mandalorians was like the state of Twitter. So that was kind of funny.
Well, the problem is that we're not coming together on Twitter.
Yeah.
We're still not coming together.
Yeah, that's the sad thing though.
Some of us are.
Well, true, but I'm just saying overall.
Oh yeah, no. Overall, that there's still a bit of a divide that we're.
Oh, just a tad. So yeah.
So I just gotta say, one complaint I have. This is a minor nitpick, maybe, but like, I wanted Axe Wolves to die with Paz Vizsla, because that would have been so great to them having all this bickering and fighting and then going out together.
And then then going down together as we had our differences.
Yeah.
But we'll still fight by each other's side like true Mandalorians.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, what I would say there is that Paz Vizsla went down on his own for that, but we could see in the next episode Axe doing the same thing. And if they do that, we could actually have the equivalent, have the honest thing of George Lucas's of they rhyme.
Oh, you mean it's like poetry? It rhymes.
Yes, exactly. because we as we could have Paz Vizsla going down to protect everybody's escape on his own like this on his own, and then we could have Axe go down on his own to ensure the victory, and it could be like poetry. It rhymes.
Yeah.
And they even though they had the differences, they both took it for the team.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. Like I really loved also. I know we'll get to get to it later, but like I love when Axe was like these primitives get their own rules for everything.
Yeah.
That was funny.
As just a minor spoiler about my take on it, I just love that it was playing the equivalent of chess that brought everybody to we're gonna kill each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was if they're still going by Star Wars original lore rules, I think they were playing Dejarik.
Probably Dejarik. I'd forgotten the name of it, but I refer.
Is that like the
but
monster chess thing?
it can be.
No.
I think that could be depicted the same like that because you can play chess with a whole bunch of different figures beating each thing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
actually, one question: what's the game aboard Millennium Falcon? Like that when you hit with monsters and like the board game?
It's the same game they played in Clone in the same game they played in the Bad Batch with Omega.
Yeah.
Same
Yeah.
game.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Oh,
There's a reason why I'm just calling it chess.
Yeah, because the reason why he's calling it chess is because they both had a different interpretation on which one player's piece could move, and that's chess.
Yeah. And here's the thing that there is one set of rules for chess, but some people know all of the rules, and some people don't. So sometimes when you do some of those more weird things, it looks to the other person like you're cheating.
Yeah.
Also,
and that's actually how I saw what was happening. It's like, no, when it's like this, it goes like this. And if that person that you're talking to doesn't have as well tuned of the knowledge of the rules, it looks to them like you're making up rules.
Mm.
I mean, there's a lot of people that don't know what castling is in chess.
Yeah.
And guess what? It's real. But if you do castling with someone who doesn't know it's real, it goes against all of the basic rules of chess. So it looks like you're just making up the rule.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like.
And that's kind of what I think just happened. And since X sees himself as the more culturally sophisticated person, he can't believe someone like Paz Vizsla would have a better understanding of the rules of Star Wars chess than he would. So you're just making up the rules. You see?
Yeah, there's huge difference.
When you said castling that, it reminded me of the Bishop's Trench. You remember that strategy?
I actually don't know much the names of the actual strategies. I just know the actual.
Excuse me. Can I just bring up one thing before we move on? Like,
no, you can't bring anything up. You know the rules. If you ask if you can do something, then I'm going to say no.
All right.
He's joking, dude. Chill.
Yeah, I know.
Hunter knows this by now. He knows.
Yeah, I know this. I'm just doing it to mess with the NetCat. So.
No, you're doing it because you're used to asking.
Yeah, that also.
You're not doing it to mess with me. You do it because you're used to asking. I've heard you in other places.
But, like, one thing I just need to bring up is this series made the Praetorian Guards actually scary, in my opinion.
I need to know more about their weaponry, to be honest.
Yeah, and like
that's mostly what I was thinking of during that scene. I was like, okay, I want to know what their weapons are made of, because they're penetrating armor that was just shown to be really impervious to a lot of shit.
And now that I've seen the episode, now I understand what the Huck's father was talking about, like 3 Praetorian Guards. I didn't catch that at the beginning. I'm like, oh yeah, he hired.
I did.
Oh yeah. And also I think they were a mix of the uh, they had this visor on them that was a mix from the Imperial Guards to the Praetorian Guards, like
Yeah.
kind of a mix.
I must admit these Praetorian guards had much better armor and skill than the ones from TLJ.
Yeah,
Yeah.
These seem to be kind of insanely talented and armed.
yeah. Were there like these guards in TROS?
There were some of them, but they were Sith Eternal ones,
Oh, Sith Eternal. Yeah.
and they had blasters instead of like weapon pikes.
Oh yeah.
Well, they were definitely more skilled than the one in that Snoke had guarding him.
Oh yeah, right.
mean,
Also, I remember that Ben Solo killed them also.
Yeah.
Yes.
You mean kind of like Paz Vizsla took out an entire, not even platoon, an entire company, I'd say, of stormtroopers. Which, by the way, I don't mind him having done. It was just, okay, he did that, and then he just gets slaughtered by 3 of these guys.
Also,
it's like, okay, then.
Those
Yeah,
stormtroopers.
not just stormtroopers, but they were specially trained assault troopers. Like they were like,
Well,
shock
Dad,
troopers.
if you notice the similarity of their design, they're very similar to the
Clone
Mandalorian
troopers.
Imperial Super Commandos from Rebels.
Oh, yeah, that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just my clone obsession, but I saw clone troopers when I saw them. Like the
Well,
phase
it
two.
could be. Well, the helmets that they had was a bit more of a T visor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
So
when
we'll
I saw those helmets, I was reminded like of Camino troopers or like Wolfpack.
Mm-hmm.
They had the like gray design, but yeah.
We should get JG's thoughts before we start discussing the episode.
Yeah, I was actually about to go to him.
Yeah. Well, just to echo off, to jump off what Hunter was saying, the frontal mandible of the T on the helmets harkens back to medieval knights. You know? Do you understand that special T that comes down?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Specialty.
So yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, but it's that T actually symbolizes it actually symbolizes the hilt of a sword, right where the sword begins and comes to the guard and the grip and the hilt.
Okay.
So that's kind of they kind of played off of that a little bit. It looks like they mixed a few things in there to
JG,
make it kind of look more badass.
I thought you were about to say the T symbolizes Thrawn.
Ah.
No,
Hush.
no, not Thrawn. No. And I wanted to say something about the helmet thing. Other than the technology in the helmet, the only reason why I could see them not taking off the helmets in public was for anonymity. And that's the only thing that made sense to me. That's why I thought it was silly that they couldn't take them off in front of each other.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't even think that's an issue anymore. I think that's going to go by the wayside. But I will say something about the last 3 episodes. I pretty much predicted everything that was going to happen. It was very predictable, but it was good. It was good.
Predictable does not mean bad. People who
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I thought they were good. Yeah, I thought the last one was good.
Oh, but by the way, just something kind of random that I was thinking about a little bit ago. Every time I look at Din Djarin over here, and I've used my, and if you look at the picture I'm sharing, I'm specifically using my mouse to point at something. You know the way that he's got those 4 things on his bandolier? I was looking at it and go, there's those three, then there's the one that was used. I'm trying to remember, was there a time that he actually used that one? Because it always sticks out to me that he's got the 3 and the 1. And it's like he just pulled one out and used it. I mean, it's completely random. Just something I've been thinking about.
I never did notice that.
Yeah, I notice it every time he's on the screen.
Actually, I saw somebody edit that picture and they put Bobo on it.
But do you see what I'm saying though? I'm just wondering because when you put things in a Mandalorian, you don't put things 1, 2, 3, and then you leave a space and then put a fourth one, unless that fourth one is a different type of ammo. I mean that could be
right.
that could be it too. But I've been assuming that he just hasn't reloaded it forever, and he just pulled one out. Are those like the ammo for the butterfly thing, or it's a completely random thing? It's a completely random thing I'm talking about here, but it's just something that's been bugging me for a while now.
Another thing too is talking about the episode. Look at where Dan is. Look where Dan is standing next to Bo. He's standing behind her. Do you look at the ground behind him is higher than Bo?
He's got the high ground.
So, it's funny,
Don't
yes,
cry, Bo.
but his stand-in is shorter than him.
That's a point. And
Yeah.
by the way, I don't really consider her a stand-in, but I do understand where you're coming from with that.
No, I mean his stand-in.
He's talking about.
I
Din's
get
stuntman.
it. You're talking about the idea that somebody else is in the suit.
Yes. You see the difference in the height?
Yeah.
Whenever you see him behind somebody, and you see the ground is a little bit higher, and that's on purpose. It makes him look the same height, but
That's
also it serves
funny.
the purpose. And it also serves the purpose of him stepping back and letting Bo-Katan take the lead.
Yeah, and
So
that's the
he's
part that I
losing
was
his plot armor.
arguing about. But
Yeah, he's losing his plot armor. This is where he starts to lose his plot armor right here.
No, I don't think he is. I actually don't think he is.
I think he's going to be dead in a couple episodes, if not
We'll
this
see.
next one.
That'll be if they do. I'm going to say I'm going to unequivocally say if they do that, they fucked up because they have.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing they're going to say. The Mandalorian was never about him. It was Mandalorian plural. That's the way. I bet you that's the way they go.
That may be, but I'm going to give you the pushback on this that I've been thinking ever since I first heard that being bandied around by the official people. If they wanted Mandalorian to be able to refer to any prominent Mandalorian, then even though we've been referred to as Mandalorian, the name of the show is actually The Mandalorian. The Mandalorian. And that refers to a specific Mandalorian. We're not saying the Mandalorians. We're saying the Mandalorian, which is talking about one person. Even though we're not stating who it is, we're saying that there's one. And Bo-Katan was not. Well, and Bo-Katan was with that. Well, don't make me mute you because I'm finishing.
No, I know.
The Mandalorian had an entire season that before Bo-Katan ever arrived. Therefore, it can't be that we're just building up to showing Bo-Katan being the Mandalorian. No, if that were the case, she would need to show up first season. The Mandalorian needs to be one of the people that showed up first season. You see?
No,
now you can talk. That's the point that I wanted to make.
Okay, no, I understand completely what you're saying, but this is Disney.
No, trust me. That is the wild card. No, I understand that
Disney.
being. I understand that being the wild card. I'm just saying, based on. I have stated how many times about the Disney writers' room and how they don't care about the shit that actually matters. How many times have I said that?
Right, and this is why I'm saying this. Yeah, you could say,
and that's why I didn't say it couldn't happen. I said that if they do, they are making a huge mistake. I didn't say it couldn't happen.
You already know where I'm going.
Yes.
You already know where I'm going, because you can describe a people as the Mandalorian or the Mongolian. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is the logic they could use. That's why I'm saying this is possible for them to switch it up like this.
However, what I would say is that if you were to make a show called The American, and then have it switch between George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, I would have the same argument. No, you said you choose one. You can't say one or then the other. You have to choose one.
Yeah, but the problem is that when you say the American, you're lumping one group together on the continent of the United States.
No, it's
when
not,
you say the Mandalorian.
No, you're not choosing one group. No, you're saying one person. One person who is an American. The American.
Right. But what's the theme? To unite all the Mandalorian. So I mean, I'm just saying, I could see them doing this to us. This is what I'm saying. So don't if it happens, don't be upset. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, do you think that anything they can do would actually upset me at this point?
Probably not.
No,
I just had to say.
I mean, frankly, I think you and I are on the same page. I think not so is more ready to be upset. I'm like that. They've already hurt me. What more can they do?
Yeah. When you're in an abusive relationship and you can't get out, you're used to it.
but what I would like to say here, and for the fact that they are putting Bo in more of the front and center, there is something to be said about being the man behind the throne, and the Mandalorian does not need to be the one leading. If he's the one that is behind the throne, that is still the Mandalorian.
Right.
So.
That's another good take. That's a good take.
So even with her being front and center, which frankly I think she actually deserves to be, and he doesn't deserve to be gone, but he deserves to be right there with her, which it looks like they're actually having him be. So no, I don't think that they're making him gone. I think he is still the Mandalorian.
Yeah,
but he doesn't. But he does not need to be the one with the dark saber. I think Sabine, with her actual history and everything, not Sabine, but Bo-Katan, and it is the one that should be leading. But no one said. Nothing says the protagonist has to be the one leading everybody. You see? I mean, hell. Even for how bad Kevin Spacey is seen in these days, he wasn't the president for many of the seasons. He was the man behind the throne.
Yeah. Miriam says hello there, Old Moon Emperor. Hello, gents.
Sorry about that. I was looking at my other screen. Hey, Miriam, and hey, Old Moon Emperor. Good to see both of you. So yeah.
Sukui to both of you.
So yeah, we've kind of started talking about the episode, and we also haven't gotten to talking about the episode. So we're in that place of limbo right now.
Well, we should, since we already got JG's comments. He pretty much enjoyed the episode like most of us. So
yeah, I mean, isn't it amazing? All four of us here, for once, actually liked the episode.
Agree. Yeah.
So,
Previously on
unfortunately,
blah blah blah.
the thing that I have for us to step through does not have subtitles this time.
One
So,
thing I have in mind is I've never seen. Have we seen Coruscant during rain times before?
Yeah, in Revenge of the Sith.
Wait. Wait.
It was the
Oh,
middle
I
of the
didn't.
day, mind you, but it was raining on Coruscant.
you mean that
Oh.
Revenge of the Sith is canon?
No, but the most I
Can
got
you
is pretty much what probably everybody else got from this particular
wait?
scene.
Can you remind
It
me
looks so much like Blade Runner. Whoa!
Can you remind me which scene in Revenge of the Sith? Because I've forgotten.
Yivo says, "Hey." Miriam says,
I-
"This is my favorite episode."
Uh,
Miriam,
Yeah.
this was a lot of people's favorite episode.
Actually, Miriam, I have a quick question for you. When you say this is your favorite episode of the season, or favorite episode of all Mandalorian?
I'm pretty sure
Because
her
honestly,
favorite
I can
episode
understand.
is the one where
I
Luke
believe
shows
the
up
rescue.
in season 2.
No, just let her answer.
I could be
but,
wrong, probably. Yeah.
Not I have a
Because
question.
the things that this is new information. I'm 100% sure that this is her favorite episode of the season. I'm wondering if it has surpassed her other favorite. That's what I'm wondering.
Ah,
I actually not so. Which scene in Revenge of the Sith where it's raining? Because I've forgotten.
okay. So that scene where Palpatine lands at the medical center with Anakin.
Oh
episode of the
right,
season,
yeah,
okay.
right, yeah, right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Favorite episode of the season. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
My
Moon,
favorite episode last season
Moon,
was
this particular thing that you're mentioning, I haven't mentioned where my issues are. This is kind of going to be one of the things I'm going to be mentioning. I wonder what the explanation is for them running their skiff into the beast is.
It's so much Blade Runner.
Yeah. No, that was my first
mentioned
joke. I'm
that-
like,
Yeah.
I mentioned that I have some issues. So Moon actually just hit on one of the things I'm going to be mentioning.
This
Yep.
episode, this setting reminded me of the first episode in Andor, because there were a lot of rain in Andor in the first
Don't
episode.
remind me of the first episode of Andor. Ah!
yeah. No. What I mean to say is, particularly for this part, I was like, mind you, I was joking because I knew just by looking at this that this was an obvious Blade Runner reference. Like it's not even trying to hide the fact that it's a Blade Runner reference. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm like I'm like, that guy's even wearing a Blade Runner jacket. I'm like, oh wait, it's the chick.
It took me a moment, and this might make me sound like a bit of an ass. But as I was looking at the silhouette, I was like, who's this guy that we're following? Then, oh, right, it's the big muscly girl.
Which Cora from Mass Effect Andromeda.
Which I wouldn't have even known about how muscly she is if it weren't for that for that one Twitter post that was comparing her to Gina. And at that point, I was like, holy shit, she actually is muscly. So, but if I didn't know about that post, I wouldn't have even had that thought. But that was my actual thought. And thank you, anti-Gina fans, for putting that in my head. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
because I actually quite like this actor. So this is nothing against her. You
were just surprised by it. I get it.
Yeah,
no,
but because of that, I had that thought hit me, going, oh, of course, because from the silhouette, looks like a guy.
Miriam said this reminded her of Dayu from Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I need to move my laptop closer to the TV. 1 second. Because typically I can actually see both the TV and what I have here. There we go. Now I should be able to see both.
Okay, I keep Papa.
Okay. And thank you for that, by the way. I appreciate it. The planet Dayu. Okay.
Dayu was that weird nighttime city planet.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Okay. I did not remember the name of that at all.
The one where Leia decided to run off for some reason.
Trust me, I
A
know
girl
what you
has
mean
been
now.
missing.
I
I
really
find
should upload those that commentary stuff to my Rumble channel.
Shh.
No,
Excuse me.
no, I don't mind saying it. So, saying that I plan to upload something isn't going to be against YouTube terms of service. Only if I do it on YouTube.
You know what? Someone should take this moment from the episode and have her report to Gideon and saying something like, "A man has fallen into the river in Lego City." Like it's some sort of code word.
Yep. Oh, actually, while we're on it, hey Miriam, since you didn't hear a lot of my talk about Rumble because it was kind of pre-stream, something that I was mentioning is that I've mentioned that I have my full streams, I've got full episodes of Kenobi with my commentary that I know that I couldn't load with YouTube. I'm intending to actually upload them over on Rumble. So if you'd want to see it, I'm intending to do that over there.
So was the probe there hiding in the alley, or was it going about the city with no one noticing? Yeah, you'd think like some of the New Republic patrols, like even a droid patrol, have been like, that looks like an Imperial probe droid.
What I would like to mention is that, and this I don't know for sure, but I think that the metals that it's made of are supposed to be kind of less noticeable by, like with the stealth bomber, the materials that the stealth bomber is made out of is less.
Yeah, no, I get that, but at the same time,
but it's
like
still needed to get here.
A competent government should be on the lookout for that sort of thing.
But people with wait, did I just hear you refer to this new republic as a competent government? Did I just seriously hear you imply that?
Yeah, I know it's not a competent government, obviously.
So now, what I would say though, to be a little bit more serious, but going along with my snarkiness is, we already know that they're corrupt as fuck, right?
Yeah.
Well, you want to bet that there actually is an official that knows that this probe bot is coming.
Obviously.
And that official doesn't have a problem with it because they got resources bribed to them.
Yep.
So certain scanners are turned off. Certain human intel is being ignored because that official was bribed to look the other way.
She still seemed worried though that it would get discovered, which makes sense.
Yeah, but because even if you have that one person in your pocket, you don't know who else might be. It might just happen upon it, which is why they still want to make it fast. But that's why it was able to happen in the first place. And I would also like to say, just to be fair to this, in the EU, the officials of the New Republic in the expanded universe were not always above corruption themselves.
True enough.
So this still could have happened there as well. It's just the level of corruption in this particular state seems off the charts.
Off the chain.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that this couldn't have happened there, but it's so much easier for me to believe in this one.
Yeah.
All day. How about Raquel gets the cocoa for a few minutes? She doesn't feel good either.
Especially since it doesn't seem like a competent government.
Yeah. an incompetent government that is trying to use a steel hand. Yeah, the one film about mentions that. You see, the mentioning sometimes on every world. I would like to look at as them say as just wishful thinking, but in this universe, people may actually be wishing for the Empire back, and not just the weirdo closet fascists, but the ones that are going, huh, things actually were better back then.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Imperial officer saying like there are Imperial supporters in every system. So
yeah, that's what Oldman was referring to.
Yeah, no.
yeah.
People say they want freedom, but what they really want
is order.
But how about freedom with order? Because you can.
That's
have
what
both.
the New Republic is supposed to be.
Yeah.
But instead they lobotomize people.
But
this version has way too much freedom and not enough order. It doesn't strike the balance the way the expanded universe New Republic did.
Yeah. Okay. Now, and again, I really wish I had the subtitles here, which I don't. But when he's talking here with her giving him this information, it bothers me a little bit that she seems to be his only source of information for what happened at Navarro when it's so far away from Navarro. He's surprised that the pirates were pushed back on when he's supposedly the one who trades in secrets. You see what I'm saying? But the person that informs him is the person that is on Coruscant. Shouldn't the person who trades in secrets have people informing him much closer?
Shadow Council. Someone say the First Order is needed. Nice.
Yeah.
No, but I do see what you're saying, that maybe she's just like his most reliable agent that's close to the core.
No, that doesn't work. He was surprised.
Yeah.
He was. He
no,
said,
if they wanted Gideon to look smarter in this scene, he would have told her, I already know this.
Here we go. Watch this. I'm afraid they've run into trouble on Navarro. Basically,
I can't even hear what he's saying.
In your last report, didn't you say that actually in your last report, didn't you suggest that the New Republic would not be sending support? Going, what are you talking about? What do you mean that they're a problem?
Well, she explained that it wasn't the New Republic; it was the.
No. She's about to explain that, but the point is that she just said that the pirates were fended off, and he's saying this, which actually implies he doesn't know anything about Mando.
It's not just not knowing about Mando, but you think because he's in the Outer Rim.
But he knows nothing of the specifics about what happened. He is showing confusion that it was repelled. And he's showing confusion about how it was repelled, because because when she says that it was repelled, he's assuming that means that it was the old Republic, that it was the New Republic that repelled them.
Yeah, well, again, he's already in the Outer Rim. She isn't, so he should technically have spies and sources closer.
Yeah.
By the time she reports this information, he should be able to say, "Yeah, I was already aware of this. You should know this by now." That would have made him seem smarter.
Or we could have gone, "Yeah, I've heard things." Or he could have closed the trap of him saying this, then her saying that, and then like, "Yeah, I know you still fail," or something like that.
Yeah, I was already aware of the Mandalorian excursion. You're telling me something I already know. What use are you?
But this makes it look like she's his only source of information from the it. I always forget. Is Coruscant actually in the inner worlds or is it mid worlds?
Yeah, Coruscant is in the core.
Okay. I thought that it was, but geography in real life, just like everywhere else, is always. I suck at it, so I try not to say things.
I get that. Net. My point being is this though,
Yeah.
like
but
the information she's giving him, he should already know about.
No, that which is exactly what I was trying to say. But
yeah,
I wanted to say inner because to me that was more damning. And I didn't want to say that for sure because I didn't have that for sure. But she is in the inner worlds. And she is the spy that has the best info for him about what actually happened there. No, she's the best spy for the info about what the New Republic is intending to do. But he has got to have better spies for what has literally already happened. You see what I'm saying? And thank you,
I see what you're saying.
But like she's managed to get herself into the inner councils, so she's an invaluable spy for what their intention is. Which frankly, with the way that they've made hyperspace go like instantaneous, doesn't really matter. Because as far as I can tell, inner world to outer world just means a day away anyway.
Well, again, the implication is that these pirates are on his payroll.
Yeah,
because he's clearly the one sending them to Navarro. My point being is he should have gotten the information. I do agree. He should have gotten the information long before she contacted him.
No, I don't think that the pirates are on his payroll. That I would disagree with. They are something that I think that he has maneuvered in like a 3D chess sort of thing. Like he's pushing things behind the scenes to make them do what he wants to have happen.
I actually think they are on his payroll, and the reason I think that
if they're on his payroll,
they weren't a problem for Navarro when Moff Gideon was on Navarro.
No. Actually, I can push back on you on that. It's that because when they came after Navarro, they stated that no, you are no longer protected by an Imperial source or by the New Republic.
He said you're no longer protected by Moff Gideon.
Yes,
which means Gideon had some pull with the pirates.
Which had to do with money.
Again, why I think the pirates are on his payroll.
It's called protection money. You come and mess with Navarro, and then I will come and mess with you.
Yeah, that
doesn't make the pirates on the payroll. That would be like, okay, I've stated that all these plants are under my protection because these plants are paying me protection money. The pirates know not to fuck with those planets because if they attack it, I'm going to attack them. That doesn't mean I'm paying the pirate. That means that the pirate knows that the planet is paying me for protection. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see. I kind of see what you're saying, but at the same time, because I feel like that there's genuine favors or something. Like he's paying the pirates to attack Navarro.
No, well, there's roundabout routes for that. That doesn't mean directly employed. But the reason why I'm saying this is that he didn't just say, I don't see you on Moff Gideon's protection list. He said, I don't see you on Moff Gideon's protection list, and you are not on the New Republic's list either.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
He didn't just say Moff Gideon. He pointed out that they were not on the New Republic's list of protected planets either. I'm not gonna fuck with you if you're on either of these lists.
Right.
You see?
Because he knows that they didn't have any backup.
Yeah,
that's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I get what you're saying.
But to say that the pirates wouldn't have been aimed at them by Gideon, yeah, I'm pretty dang sure that Gideon did, just not through direct means.
To be fair though, it's not the first time I've seen this tactic of and why I assume the concept of them paying the pirates, because I can't believe I'm saying this because I can't believe I'm using it as a source, but in the Star Wars Resistance cartoon, the First Order was paying a group of pirates to attack the Colossus station in that series, and the whole point of it was so that the Colossus would be desperate enough to turn to the First Order for protection.
Mm-hmm. And I actually do have another point to make here, because I am not saying that Gideon had nothing to do with it. When we get to the Shadow Council, which you're not there yet, right? But when we get there,
yeah,
he actually berates one of them for their pirate attacks being too obvious, I think. One of the other warlords seems to be the one in charge of the pirates. And
I get it. Maybe they're not directly on Gideon's payroll, but they're
on Gideon's payroll.
It's part of their. They did mention a grand plan, so yeah. Again, it is on Imperial payroll, just not Gideon's. I get what you're saying.
And they know, and he specifically said, the moment that they start thinking of us as a coordinated group, we're in trouble. So Gideon,
because at this point, the way they see the Empire is as a bunch of scattering, bickering warlords.
Yes,
left over from the old war.
Exactly. So no, I don't think that Gideon did it. I think Gideon knows who did, and hell, he may have even manipulated them into putting them at Navarro behind the scenes. Like I said, 3D or 4D
Yeah, no,
chess.
I get it. No, Miriam seems to be thinking that Gideon is tricking Elia Kane, the chick.
I don't think so, but I don't know.
It could be he's only feeding. Remember, you don't feed your contact every bit of information. It could
100%.
be he's only feeding her limited communication in order to keep her in the dark in case she gets captured.
I would actually say that he's doing the thing of feeding truth, but not feeding whole truth.
JG just said something in the chat. He says the probe droid was designated to the meeting place, hence the ID scan authentication. You have a hollow gate. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, of course. But there's still the physical manner of the probe droid getting there. That's more. Well,
I do see the point you're getting at, Net. I do see. I do see that point. So it is probably another warlord that pays and coordinates the pirates, saying, "You go here, you go there, you go there."
And wouldn't it have been nice if we've been having things to actually discuss and theorize about like this for the last 6 episodes?
Yeah.
Because we're actually having the fun this is the fun thing that fans do, where they theorize about stuff, they argue about stuff that we don't know everything yet, and we're not trying to justify anything. We're actually having fun theorizing about what this may mean and all that. It's not, well, I'm trying to make this make sense and make it work. No, this is us actually trying to theorize just about the world.
Yeah.
And that's what
it just comes off probably more critical than to them, at least, than we're trying to convey, at least.
That's what it's going to, which is part of why I actually labeled the stream the way that I did, in stating that we enjoyed it, because I knew we'd get things like this, but this is actually what actual fun fan things are. When you really like things, you actually theorize about it, you argue about it. it's not because I don't think either of us are actually arguing about whether or not this scene makes sense or anything. We're arguing
one thing
about
someone once suggested to me was like they were thinking that like because the closer the Mandalorian gets to the sequels, they think I'll actually like the sequels from them. Like, yeah, no, not necessarily. The sequels and the First Order and all that's still garbage writing, and it's not going to fully help.
Okay, here's the way that people have put it, and this and since you know how I think of Clone Wars, you know what I'm going to say about this. You know what we need is something like the Clone Wars, which is what made everybody change from hating the prequels to loving the prequels. No,
supposedly.
Yes, I know. And
no, like I love the prequels as a kid. I can acknowledge their flaws, but still love them.
And my response to that is, I didn't even know the Clone Wars existed until around The Last Jedi. And I've always loved the prequels. So get the fuck out of here with that argument.
Yeah. No, I do think
it's like they call the question. They call the question whether you like something.
I do think in some ways the Clone Wars series enhances people's like of the prequels.
Some people's.
There's some people's. It also in some ways diminishes them. I won't go into every single detail of how that's possible, but
Boba Fett wasn't a Mandalorian. Fuck off.
Yeah, no, that's one of the problems there. But my point being is like, I liked the prequels before the Clone Wars cartoon. The only cartoon I watched back in the day was the Gandhi cartoon, and that wasn't necessary to like the Clone Wars.
I didn't like that one either. I didn't like it either. Although, by the way, I actually do own it's on my DVD shelf within about 3 feet of me. There are parts of it that I enjoy, but overall, I'm like, yeah, guys, stop making this the God thing.
Well, again, I didn't think it was needed or vital to enjoy the prequel films. Neither Clone Wars show, and this doesn't mean the
Gandhi show could actually be an interesting topic to discuss on its own stream. To be honest with me, because I personally think at least somewhat nuanced opinions on that. Because I don't think it's terrible. I didn't like it a lot. Shit. Sorry,
it just wasn't your. It just wasn't your thing. I get that.
No, and I have specific reasons for not my thing. It's not my thing because it's very action oriented. But with the way that it was made, it kind of had to be, which is why I talk about it being a nuanced opinion. Because
there's one set of cartoons that there's one set of cartoons that I will accept no blasphemy for, and that is Droids and Ewoks.
Droids and Ewoks.
the old cartoons from the 80s.
I don't think I actually saw those.
They are available. You can find them on either YouTube or Disney Plus. For that
one
matter.
question for you guys: did you ever watch Faithful Wookiee?
Yeah, I watched it. I watched it when I watched the Star Wars holiday special on YouTube one time.
Oh yeah,
holiday special.
It's funny because they actually released all of those 80s and like the Gandhi show on Disney Plus, like Star Wars Vintage. Yeah.
Disney Plus? You mean that streaming platform that I totally still support?
No,
that I 100% still watch everything on.
Yeah, exactly.
That Disney Plus, cool.
No, so much for the opinions on.
The point I'm getting on is like and part of the reason why I like those old cartoons is because like it's just wholesome Star Wars children's adventures. There's like nothing inherently wrong with them.
Oh yeah.
For me, the 2008 Clone Wars built a lot on the prequels for me, especially for Anakin's arc. but that's just my opinion. It's
I get that. I don't fully agree, but I get it.
yeah.
Okay,
But then again,
so
I'm one of those people that liked the prequels without the cartoons, so that's
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I'm
now,
also
now,
I also love the
now,
prequel.
I would,
Yeah.
I would actually like to say that the reason why I mentioned that was because I was saying, I'm not sure if I actually finished the thought. It was with the people that then say what the sequels need is something equivalent to the Clone Wars, or to then recontextualize the sequels to make everyone then love the sequels.
Well, I
And
will say this.
and that's kind
I
of
think
and that's kind of what I think that you were talking about. Not so. I didn't finish the thought, so sorry about not.
yeah.
Connecting
Well,
it.
I will say this: if they decided to make a cartoon around the sequels, although there's not a lot of time
There
to
he
do
did.
that,
It was
where
called
you don't-
Resistance.
Well, Resistance is. I'm talking about one that's actually about the main three. If you did it in like Clone Wars style animation, and it takes place within that year between the Last Jedi and the Rise of Skywalker,
Okay.
I can see. I can see some people like. I can see it having the potential possibility to enhance the characters and the world building, but it won't fix the problems with the movies.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, one more thing I wanted to say about Clone Wars was that for me Anakin turned too quick in the prequels, but after seeing all the shit that the council has put him through, like the thing with Ahsoka, the deception arc with Obi-Wan, like everything, it's just built for me. So
Oh. And by the way, I just queued up some of Droids and Ewoks. I'm not gonna play it right now, but when I go to Rumble only, if we want to just play a little bit of that before ending, so
Yeah.
because I may actually do that.
are you
Oh,
are you
nice.
guys fans of like Lego shorts and stuff?
I haven't seen a lot of the Lego shorts, but I've heard people rave about them.
Yeah,
I've liked a
because
lot of the I've liked a lot of the Lego shorts that I've seen.
one really good is Lego Star Wars Christmas Special and
I've
Oh
seen
yeah.
that one.
Oh yes.
Droid
Don't worry. Yeah. Yeah.
and Droid Tales also.
Droid Tales. Was that the name of it? Because
Yeah,
there was one of them that I liked like that.
yeah, because there's a scene where like C-3PO blows like the Endor base up, and he walks in slow motion and puts on like cool glasses, and you can see this explosion in the background. It's quite goofy but funny.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, yeah.
So
And
yeah.
also, why in this shot does Moff Gideon look like a Terminator or something?
Oh, that would be because he's got the droid right behind him.
Oh yeah,
Because
yeah,
because the droid behind him that is projecting his image, the thing that the projector always shows very bright, so it almost
right.
looks like the eye. If we colored it red, it would look even more like the Terminator. You see, it didn't even
Yeah,
occur to me, but I think that's what you're saying.
yeah, yeah.
Mhm. Okay, so shall we move forward? Now,
Yes,
this
we
is
should.
the opposite of when we're really upset with an episode. When we really like an episode, we still take a long time to go forward.
Like
It's
last time we were talking about like twin ion engines.
well, I always talk about twin ion engines when they
Yeah,
confuse
yeah,
it. I mean, just to be fair,
yeah.
because I like twin ion engines.
Yeah,
I'm
me
the tech.
too.
I'm the tech guy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I actually have a tech Bible in the other room if I need to get it out.
Ooh,
Yeah, I do.
nice, nice.
And then we get to see him just holding her in his hand like that. It's like, yeah. But go to the Shadow Council.
Nice. Yeah, that's
You get to see them
Oh,
argue a
yeah.
bunch.
Huck's father, Huck's father, Huck's father. And we got Pelion, Pelion, Pelion.
And we get to see them all actually kind of arguing with each other, which I like. And
Yeah,
I have a point I want to go to here, but if anyone has something that specific that they want to say here, I'm going to open the floor to that before I get
actually,
to
this was actually the problem with the Empire. They couldn't get fucking along. It's
Uh-huh.
Like that was a big problem in the Empire. They've
You're
shown
not
it
wrong.
in the they've shown
They-
it in like these
In A New Hope.
Yeah.
They showed it. They showed it in as far back as New Hope,
Yeah.
when they were actually going around talking about
And
the Death
that's
Star.
the first Star Wars movie. It's
That's my
it's a
point.
common thing. Yeah.
It's been endemic throughout from the origin of the show.
Yeah. And like in the Bad Batch, we have an officer shooting a clone trooper because the clone troopers wouldn't like report in falsely, because if the officer didn't shoot him, things would come out that would risk his his
That was-
job. So
That was in
That's-
like one of the first few episodes, wasn't it? Maybe even the first.
yeah, or in
Because I think I
season-
remember
in-
that.
Yeah, in season 2, actually.
Oh, I thought it was in
Yeah,
like
Bad
one of
Batch.
the original episodes. My bad.
No, it's fine. But like,
Okay, then never mind.
and
Okay,
Uh,
so would you like to see my issue?
yeah.
So we received your request. 3 Praetorian guards, and they're like, your favorite assassination? They're making fun of them. And you want reinforcements? How dare you? You think you're so important? He says, and I also want bombers. And they're all going, really? Really? Waiting. And all he says is his concerns. He doesn't show any reasons. And not reasons. He doesn't show any proof. After he is so, after they've degraded him so much, like, you really think you need this? You really? And he just says, I think the Mandalorians are doing this. And then suddenly, we're okay with this? Sure, we'll give it to you. So we're okay with it.
And everybody's okay.
Actually, Ned, do
I
you
miss
believe
something?
that some of these men are
Did you notice
involved with Exegol?
Did you guys notice what I just did?
So
Everybody's okay with this? Did I miss something?
I think they consider the Mandalorians a general threat, which is not.
Yes,
Uncommon.
but he didn't give any proof. He just said the boogeymen are here. He just said it, and they went, "Okay, we'll give you your shit."
To be fair, Pelion hasn't given any proof about Thrawn yet, so.
No, I know, but Pelion isn't asking for shit. But Gideon is asking for physical TIE fighter, TIE interceptor wings, bomber wings,
Yeah.
and Praetorian guards. But Pelion is just being a bunch of hot air. But he's not asking anyone to give him shit. Gideon's going, I need this. By the way, Mandalorians.
Yeah, I get it. It is a bit of an assumption thing.
And everybody's okay with this? Did I miss something?
By the way, I figured out how to do reaction videos, if you didn't notice.
Yeah, no. There was one thing I wanted to address earlier. It's a minor nitpick. So when Gideon
Huh?
When Gideon goes into the to the Shadow Council meeting, you notice how there's like guards in between like force field walls.
And I believe so. One sec.
Yeah, it's a little earlier, but when he's going in, there's like a bunch of guards.
I'm watching. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, and I'm thinking to myself, like, this is literally their job, just to stand in between these dangerous force field walls. What if they have to go to the bathroom?
I gotta go to the bathroom. Well,
Gideon, I have to go to the bathroom. I told you to go 7 hours ago.
Oh, I was actually going to say, did you forget about that? Did you forget about the catheter in your suit?
They must have catheters in their suit, because who the hell would stand there all day?
Sorry, I actually do work with people who can't necessarily go to the bathroom, so.
No, I get you.
So I actually do have some of that humor goes my eyes like, yep.
No, because I'm thinking about that. I'm like, did they just stand there all day? What if they're hungry?
Well, see,
it's weird that I feel sympathy for stormtroopers.
The suit has a G tube feeding inside of it, and an IV drip inside of it. That's what's going on.
Maybe it's like the Iron Man suit where it recycles the water.
Kind of. But by the way, I recently learned how to feed somebody using a G tube, so fun times.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But so
But
they
yeah,
have
no, they-
but
at the
these
council
guys,
meeting,
but these guys now but these guys have suits with G tubes that just do it automatically for them. They never need to go eat because they're always full. It doesn't matter if they can't taste anything.
Yeah. No, I did want to address your council meeting thing with like the everybody talking about this, and then Gideon says, "Mandalorians, give me what I want."
Yeah. But if he had proof, I'd be like, fine, sure, because they are clear and present danger. You don't really want them rising up. But dude, this should have been like, dude, I thought you took care of them. They should be saying, because as we find out later in this
clearly
episode,
he didn't.
I know, but you
They
think
should
these
be
guys,
questioning his competency.
Yeah, they should be like, I thought you took care of this. Remember?
Are
back
you
then?
incapable of doing this job, Moff
Yeah.
Gideon?
Because he's the one that supposedly took care of it. I mean, what we've heard from Bo-Katan. And these guys should be going, I thought you took care of that. What do you mean? Not just here, for other stuff. It should be, it should be, wait, do you need one of us to come in to help you?
I tell you what, if that was Vader, he didn't make it.
Oh, and just by the way that they are armoring Moff Gideon, they're so trying to give him Darth Vader feels.
Well, one thing I kind of picked up was the thing between him and Hux about like cloning or whatnot. They're trying to talk about, what was it, Project Necromancer?
Yeah.
Oh, and
people say it's supposed to be something clear to Palpatine, but I'm like, yeah, no. It wouldn't be that obvious because like the First Order didn't know about Palpatine.
And that was the meme I was saying about, like, cloning are your thing, not mine.
Well, one sec. I hadn't seen this, and I love the Throne trilogy as well, and I was at first a little bit annoyed to see Pelion because I'm always annoyed to see people from the EU brought in. But then I was like, wait, he is being brought in specifically right next to Thrawn. So if we have Thrawn, we do need Pelion. So my irritation did fade on that. So I just wanted to mention that. I was annoyed at first, and I was like, oh no, if we're going to be having Thrawn and not having Pelion would actually be more inexcusable than having Pelion. So
I lost audio. Did you guys hear what I said about if that would have been Vader?
No,
Moff Gideon would have been in trouble.
If that was Vader, then Moff Gideon would have been screwed. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he'd have been in serious trouble.
Yeah,
Because he doesn't
Lord.
tolerate failure.
Vader would not have put up with any of
This is
this.
the last time you have make a fool of me.
Yep. And all of this. Oh, something that I have to mention that didn't occur to me while I was watching it, but 9 minutes into the show, we get the title card.
Pretty long, cold opening.
Right. I mean, that just seems like a bit long. I mean, if it works, I guess. But I typically see the beginning before you get the title card as like, here's the stinger. And now here's the title. Which should take like about 3 minutes, I would typically think. 3, 4, 5 minutes maybe. But 9?
Yeah, typically a cold opening is usually at most, I think maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah. And
it really depends on what the episode's trying to convey.
It's not really.
But they managed to squeeze an entire meeting in.
This isn't really a big issue I'm trying to make about the episode or anything. Just, it didn't even occur to me when I was watching it. So I suppose if you look at it that way, it's not an issue. But as we're stepping through it, I suddenly noticed 9 minutes as I saw it. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And I do wonder about saying the spies, because we see one spy, which we obviously know who she is. But it says multiple. So who's the other spy?
I actually think it's both Mandalorians.
Both Mandalorian? Okay,
Yeah,
there's a lot of Mandalorians. You can't say both Mandalorians.
Yeah,
There's lots of them.
You know the like scavenger Mandalorians, or like the Mandalorians they found on the boat, or like...
boat Mandalorians. I thought you said both.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I misheard you. I thought you said both, and I was like, "There's a lot of them." You're saying two. Who? But both. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And that actually, I've wondered a little bit about that. Not necessarily all of them, but some of them, possibly even the ones that were seen as the medically unfit ones that went back to the fleet. Wouldn't that be interesting to send some traders back to the fleet?
Yeah.
And you're not going to convince me that all of them on that skiff are traders, but you can easily convince me that there are, like, say, at least 3 among that many that are traders. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're going to say something like spies plural, then they should have outed them somehow. Correct?
No, not necessarily. No, this is one of those things where the title. Do you remember how many of these streams I've talked about? Oh, me watching the what came before tells me what they're thinking of.
Personally, I would have called the title of the episode, since there's so much emphasis on it, The Great Forge.
Yes, and I would have as well. But my point is that sometimes by saying the spies, you want to bring in, okay, but who's the spy? And it makes you start thinking about it throughout the episode. Who's the spy? Who's the spy? And that doesn't mean that it needs to be revealed, but it puts us in the mindset of thinking about who's the spy. Just like if you watch the What Came Before, we can see, oh, you thought this was interesting, that this is relevant, and this was relevant. And so you're in that right mindset.
Yeah.
So the title saying the spies can be like, okay, we just saw one spy. Who else is the spy? and it makes us think about each and every person we see throughout the rest of the episode as, are they a spy or not?
Yeah.
They have to tell us who it is, but they put us in that headspace. That in that way, the title of the episode can actually become part of the episode.
Yeah. But again,
you know what?
there's nothing other than that one spy lady at the beginning. There's nothing to give me the indication that any of the Mandalorians there are spies.
Which is why, and actually, here's the thing. This is why I don't necessarily. I'm defending this as saying that this can be part of the episode, but I don't like it being part of it, because if you have to resort to making us question everyone by using the title, I'm not sure that the writing is great. But it's an interesting mechanic of writing to make us question everybody.
Here's my question: when the original spy went to meet the droid, she stated that she knew that they had planned to go retake Mandalore. Now that would indicate maybe another one or two active spies within the Mandalorians.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Hunter's probably onto something with the Mandalorians on the ship.
Oh, yeah.
He might because they were waiting for him when they went into yeah.
Yep.
I'm really certain of it, actually.
You know what? Not just the ones on the ship. There might be Mandalorians within those two first groups. The old Death Watch. There might be one in there too.
Oh yeah, you mean in the factions or?
I did see one Mandalorian with a Death Watch symbol, which made me cringe at the sight of it.
Do not forget that there was that Beskar in the prison ship that was shown, and I know I'm the one that said that doesn't mean that it was Mandalorians, but I still stand by it from when I said it. But with what they're showing now, I'm sorry, it was Mandalorians. Mandalorians did get him out, and those Mandalorians needed ships. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, X-Wolves or somebody in his group, which his group is not as close knit as the Death Watch, as the Covert was. They were privateers right all over the place. That they had a lot of times apart from each other. Each one of them had each one of those groups, at least, let's say, each one of the groups that ran one particular ship had plenty of time apart from everyone else to do dealings that no one else knows about. So I'm not even specifically saying X. I'm not specifically saying X-Wolves, but I'm saying somebody in that group of privateers.
Hey, yeah, you know what though? That makes sense because Gideon had all that new armor with Beskar, so he had to have a connection somewhere, and I think it was X.
Okay, now I'm going to say the thing I've said before. Where did Mando / Din get all of his Beskar to begin with? He got it from Gideon.
Yeah.
Who the hell says that Gideon gave everything he had?
No, I know that, but he had to get it from somewhere, so he had to have contacts with Mandalorian.
No, his from during the Great Purge.
Mm-hmm. No, he didn't have to have a contact. He was gathering shit up. Hell.
Yes.
While everyone else was considering this planet cursed, that they could have been actually mining the planet.
Good. So now we're thinking about the Beskar. Now, who forged the Beskar for him?
And yes, Old Moon. That is exactly what I was saying to begin with. I'm just not so sure about my theory on that at this point. But that was my theory. I'm not stopping my theory on that, but I'm just not so sure. I'm just not as sure of my theory on that as I originally was. You know what I'm saying?
Well, someone had to help him forge that. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, dear Lord. The idea that you need to have a Mandalorian pedigree to learn to forge something. No. I mean, it can be very hard to do, but it doesn't mean you need the pedigree to do it. Now, it would be nice to find the armor in Gideon's ranks. That would be cool. But do you see what I'm trying to say? I mean, this is a really cool armor that we've seen can reflect anything. Let's not put any research at all into how they managed to make that stuff. Let's just assume that we can't do it and that we would need a Mandalorian to do it. Let's not put a spy drone on the Mandalorian and watch them make it. Hell, during their raid in season 1, the armorer survived. Maybe they put a little bug under her so that they can see her forged Mandalorian Beskar armor, and now we know how to do it. You see what I'm saying?
Well, all I'm saying is to forge something, you have to have a lot of skill.
Yes, of course. But you think that they're the only ones that have skill?
No, but you have to learn the skill. That's all.
Of course. Of course, 100% agreed. I'm just saying that the idea that they're the only ones that can have the skill seems weird to me. That's what I'm trying to say. But of course, you need
I get
skill.
that.
But I also don't see why the only people who could have the skill would be the Mandalorians. I can see why they would be the only ones originally, because they originally were the only ones that saw the value in it. But then,
well, I think I do agree with you there. I do think originally only Mandalorians had the skill to carve Beskar.
Yeah.
Probably likely after the Purge, or maybe even before that, the job was handed down to somebody else.
It's kind of like, wait, the Mandalorians have our pew-pews bouncing off of them. Why?
Well, if I recall, there's a thing in Rebels that Sabine mentions.
Okay.
And the thing she mentions was she mentioned it to Ezra. She says, my armor is like thousands of years old, but I've refitted it to fit me in this modern era.
Which means that somebody could refit it.
Yeah. Anybody can take Beskar and refit it.
I again wouldn't say anyone, but let's say that you put this before the droid mechanics that we've been having fun watching with IG-11 and all that.
Yeah.
And you think you couldn't get at least one of them that couldn't figure out how to do something with Beskar?
Possibly. They could probably give Grogu's IG-12 a Beskar plating.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I'm trying to say. I'm guessing that Gideon's men and have access to that's a possibility that they have access to the Great Forge. I didn't even think about that. The stranded boat Mandalorian did say they could take them there, and that was where they were ambushed. Yeah. And the Great Forge is like.
Morgoth's ring says, "Hey."
Hey, Morgoth, how's it going? Always good to see you. So yeah, we're like about 10 minutes in, and the live stream is an hour and a half in. That for all the people that say that this happens when you're bitching about something, this also happens when you're having fun, because we're actually not angry at this episode, and we're
we're just discussing things in general.
Yeah, but we're still an hour and a half in for 10 minutes. It's the extremes, one way or the other, that makes it go forever. If it's terrible, yeah, it goes forever. But this is like the other side, where we're liking it, we're discussing it. long man bad. Yes.
This is a good space. This is probably one of the best positive spaces we've had about this whole series.
Yeah, because this is actually, whether some people might realize it or not, this is us actually just geeking out and being fanboys about this shit, and not going, "How dare you!" Other than once in a while going, "Yeah, Disney's not that great, but it isn't that great. Maybe we're giving too much credit." I mean, that's the worst I think any of us have said. Long man bard. And in case anyone doesn't know what long man bad is referring to, I specifically am a fan of Mahler and EFAP and how long they go for everything. And long man bad is, you spend this much more time talking about the thing than the thing actually went, well, then you're just being a problem. And we've already spent longer talking about this episode than the episode lasted. So I guess we're bad.
But here's the thing, not everything we're talking about is a complaint. Some of it is stuff we're...
Oh, I know, but they're just talking about the amount of time. They're not even talking about the amount of time bitching. They're saying if it takes this long to talk about it, then there's a problem.
They would not last long in Discord call chats then.
Yeah.
Or a space for that matter.
Oh, I know. It's just completely stupid is what it is. But
yeah,
this is kind of the first time that I'm kind of calling it out. But dear Lord, dudes, just grow up.
Be sure to clip this part of the stream and
I'm seriously considering it, to be honest.
Yeah, please do, because this seems like a good point to bring up to you. I'm like, if you're talking about something you love for like hours and hours, and not just entirely critiquing it, but praising it as well, that implies that you are pretty much a fan. Because again, you're not just praising it, you're complaining about it, you're critiquing it, you're trying your best to understand it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you spend hours on it, then it means like, hey, you're a fan. You know what you're talking about. You at least in some regard, anyway.
I'm actually pulling up Evernote right now, just taking note of the actual time. But about an hour and 30, I'm just gonna say. At an hour 30, Logman bad. What the hell? That's what I'm gonna make my note as.
All right, well, let's go past the spy's title now and start talking about what comes next.
I didn't finish my note yet.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. Now I finished my note. Because on a stream like this,
Miriam, you guys aren't complaining.
Yeah, she's just completely agreeing that we're not complaining, and we're still doing the long man shit. So yeah.
Yes.
And now we'll get past the spies. But yeah, I've got my note down there. The reason why I need to make the note is that as other people that talk about being on streams, like, I don't remember everything I say about stream when I'm on stream. It's like, yeah, I'm starting to understand it when people say that. So I was making a note so that I'd come back to it. Come now, there's no such thing as nuance for online idiots. So yeah. And now we're back to Navarro. Seeing a day in the life. Oh no, Imperials are here.
Well, it's
Oh.
interesting. Something somebody brought up to me was like the huge the huge you'll see it when they get up to it when.
Well, I have something to say here. Every time something comes in orbit, he is warned when it's right above his palace. Do they not have long detection arrays? Do they not have a way to tell before it's already above them?
Yeah, he should have some kind of early
And
warning.
everybody's okay with this? Did I miss something?
Sorry.
Yeah, he really have some. He really. I mean, like the
This
fact
is
that
not
he
the
has
first time.
Mandalorians.
This is not
Well,
the
the fact
first
that he
time.
is, the fact that he has Mandalorians here now should pretty much give him the indication. I'm like, you need an early warning system, something to tell you when you and your people are about to be attacked again.
I mean, I even understand them not having the ships in orbit because with the Death Watch group, we've already established that other than Bo-Katan, and Mando, they don't have ships. But they are a sovereign planet. Even if they don't have something to fire back in orbit, shouldn't they have detection arrays? They should be able to see something's coming before I walk out on my balcony. I mean, if I walk outside on my balcony and look up, I'm not going, even something the size of a Star Destroyer, unless it's already past the atmospheric boundary, it's going to look like, oh, it's a pinprick. It's kind of an ominous an ominous pinprick, but it's a pinprick. He's got this like a football field above his head, and this is when he's being notified about it. And I again have to say,
And everybody's okay with this? Did I miss something?
I'm gonna end up getting used to that at some point.
Yeah, and yes, I am enjoying having my reaction image. I'm going to get more of them, so it's not always going to be the same thing. But I just figured out how to use it like about a half hour. Actually, I figured out how to use it about an hour or two before stream, and I was keeping myself from telling anybody that I did because I wanted to surprise you guys with it.
By the way, I have a new favorite quote. I'd like to use it at some point. I have a new favorite quote from Babylon 5, which is Lanier saying, initiating getting the hell out of here maneuver.
Oh, dear Lord. Going through Babylon 5, mining Babylon 5 would give great reaction.
But particularly that quote, initiating getting the hell out of here maneuver.
Well, yes. But the thing is that the point of the reaction stuff is that's not just funny things. It has to be things about what you're talking about.
Yeah. No, I agree, but I'm trying to figure out a situation where that would work.
And that's the thing. You need to figure out something like that. The image that the video I just said, how many times can I use that for the things that piss me off? And everyone's okay with this?
You could probably use it about as much as the Obi-Wan visible confusion gif.
Yes! And now I have it right next to me. It's uploaded to StreamYard. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to put anything on my computer. I can just click it.
I actually have a clip.
Everybody's okay with this?
Sorry.
Sorry, I have a clip from Beast Wars that I used with Annihilus the other day. it's Rat Trap saying, "Kid, don't make me hurt you."
Yeah. But now you're going to make me go through Babylon 5 while I'm watching it and going, okay, what can I clip from this? Because you're right. There's so much shit in Babylon 5 that if I'm paying attention to in that perspective, I'm going to be able to clip for reaction shit. Oh,
yeah, no, I can see what you mean.
And by the way, since I'm now paying for StreamYard, I get all that stuff. I can upload this stuff. You might notice that up in the corner, I've got my logo instead of the StreamYard logo and things like that. $10 a month.
I see what you mean.
$10 a month. I'm fine with it, which is also what makes me able to dual stream using it.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, I do like the fact that he looks at his droid going, "That's not Imperial shit. Take a look beneath it." Which we still don't know. Which we still don't know
the symbol I was talking about.
Yeah,
because someone was confused thinking that this was a Death Watch symbol. I'm like, no, that's the symbol of the Mythosaur.
Yeah. No. Yeah, that's the Mythosaur. If anyone was confused by that, that should have been cleared up, I think, 2 episodes ago when Bo-Katan was like, I want the Night Owl on one of my pauldrons, and the one you're doing on the other, I want the Mythosaur.
Well, even the Night Owl can't be considered. That's just part of Bo-Katan's thing. Even that can't be considered a Death Watch symbol.
No, you're right. Of course it can't. But I mean that this, she specifically asked for that to be under other pauldron as the Mythosaur is the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, true enough.
Because she specifically said, I want the Mythosaur over here, and then got the Mythosaur over here.
Old Moon Emperor, they don't have an anti-air system. No, apparently not.
They should have an anti-air system, but I'm actually not even. I'm not happy about the fact that they don't. But they don't even have a deep space radar. They should have an anti-air system, which is what I was bitching about 2 episodes ago. But they don't even have a way to tell that someone's coming in to fuck us. They can only tell when we can visually look up and go, well, we're fucked. They have to actually look up and go, well, we're screwed now. Okay. Right?
Pretty much. And it bothers me that, again, Grief Karga is supposed to be a pretty smart guy. He's still the last one to hear about this.
Yeah.
In his office, there should be a early warning detection system saying, "Hey, this is attacking."
Especially
the fact that he can't even buy like a black market one. I'm like, come on, dude.
And I'm of 2 minds about what I'm about to say. If what we were saying that she knows, is it? Let's see, what's the name of her? It's Elia something. The spy we know.
Elia King. Elia King.
And from what we're talking about, obviously somebody from this group is talking to her. Well, isn't it interesting that they're only talking to her? But on the other hand, that could be one of those double blind things that they only know that they're talking to her. They don't know that it's going to Gideon. But it's also going from Outer Rim to Inner Planet back to it. It turns into this really convoluted network. It's like, for someone who says ideal in all secrets, you might want to work on your spy network, dude. He doesn't seem to be the most well-practiced person in his spy network. And thanks, Miriam. So sorry, I do forget the names of people at times.
I only remembered because Miriam reminded me. Because, like, I didn't.
But
Even though I thought that character was a decent
She-
spy, I'm like, this isn't
she-
really a character worth note, in my opinion.
she reminded us earlier too, and the name still went whoomp through my head.
Well, it's not really like a
Pershing,
super Star Warsy name.
Yeah, Pershing. I still remember Pershing just fine, but that's kind of a. Well, then again, we've talked at length about Pershing and whether he's dead or not, so that's probably why I remember his name. By the way, at this point, I think he's dead. Grr. Yeah, they're utterly defenseless. The fact that they're utterly defenseless is one of my biggest problems, frankly. And now that they've got the Mandalorians, they're also abandoning Navarro to go to Mandalore. So, hey, we've got people defending it. They're leaving. Just when they've found their new home, they're leaving for their old home. We didn't even let that marinate a little bit, did we?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of like. I think the only reason they were reclaiming it was so that they could use the Great Forge.
Well, yeah. No, not just that. That they want to reclaim Mandalore because Mandalore is Mandalore. As long as there's someplace else, they are refugees. They don't want to be refugees.
Well, to me, that kind of misses the point of Mandalorians, because they're supposed to be able to go and live anywhere.
I would agree. And what I think that they should have done should have been to have gotten what I think that they, as in the directors, the people making the show done, should have actually had the land grab on Navarro happen at like episode 1 or 2 at least of this season, and had them be doing shit here for like a season. And then, hey, now that we've got our shit taken care of, let's go back and reclaim Mandalore. But we've got a land track. This is important. Wait, no, it doesn't matter because we're all space-based anyway. Let's bring our fleet back up and go to Mandalore. It's like, wait, what happened to how important it was that Navarro gave you a tract of land? This kind of shits on what Grief Karga was giving to Dit.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just like the comment I made. They're making Grief Karga look dumb again, and it's like why the whole thing of offering them a plot of land when they're just basically going to treat it like a camp in a staging area to go invade Mandalore, start Mandalore again.
Yeah,
it was kind of goofy.
And what he gave them, from what I could understand, wasn't really just a plot of land. It almost looked like he gave them, at the very least, it's the equivalent of a state in the terms of, say, like California or Washington or another one of our larger states of America. Here, have this state. It's like it wasn't like have this plantation. It was have this. Vroom. And you'll now live here and you'll help protect us. And then, hi, yeah, cool, thank you. And now we're gone. Bye. What the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, no time to relax, no time to build their strength. They just throw all their eggs in the blade basket. Yeah. And for all that, I really like this episode. It felt rushed because it was episode 7. This should have happened episode 3, let's say. Maybe not all of the things happening in this, but
If we're being technical about the original Mandalorian homeworld, technically it's Coruscant.
Was it really?
So why aren't they reclaiming that?
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, no, that before the Mandalorians were a group, they were a species called the Tong, and they were driven out by humans a long time ago.
Just remember, but my knowledge of a lot of that stuff is post Return of the Jedi. So yeah, you know a lot more
the
about
Bantam
that than
era
I do.
books. I know.
Nah, well, they Bantam era. I forget what Bantam era or whatever. I'm just saying post Return of the Jedi. Let's just say it that way. Don't say who published them. Say the time period.
Well, the thing is, not every post Return of the Jedi book was released by Bantam. Some of them were actually released by Del Rey. I get you. I've
read them by
Ghost, for example.
I've read both Del Rey and Bantam, so that's what I'm saying.
I get you.
Miss me with this publisher era bullshit.
The only reason I bring it up is because most of the books for that era, and by most I mean like a very large amount of the books from that era, were Bantam.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean I haven't read others. Just remember that I don't read the comics as a general rule. Yeah. But seriously, miss me with identifying with which publisher. I don't give a shit.
I get you.
Right now, this is what I think these are the Mandalorians we're looking for. Whatever. Unfortunately, these Mandalorians are a bit different than the Mandalorians than either you or I know. You and I know from the books, even though the stuff that we have is slightly different, it's basically the same Mandalorians. The Mandalorians they're giving us are Mandalorians that at times are what we expect, and at times are like, what the hell are you doing? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, to a degree.
For the most part, you and I agree on Mandalorians, even if I'm not quite up on some of the things.
Yeah, surprisingly, yes, because of what I know about them, at least.
It's more that I don't have as much info on them, but the info that I have on them still lines up with what you tell me. Is kind of what I'm trying to say. Because we're still because our knowledge is still coming from the same root.
Miriam has to head out.
Yep. I better go, guys. Have fun and may the force be with you always. And a joke before I leave. Yes. No. Okay. Okay. Since apparently you get the joke, I would like you to explain it if it's not going to be a problem. Because I don't really
we'll have to
get
to Krang Grogu.
Crying Grogu?
No, Krang Grogu.
No, I actually get it. When we're at the Grogu with the IG-11 suit, or 12 suit, I should say.
Yeah, my dad called it Gundam Grogu, which again works just as well.
I need to watch Gundam at some point, to be honest. But yeah. Whee! I'm trying to speed through it a little bit here because I'm trying not to make it so that we're going to do a 12-hour stream or some shit like that. Because with the rate that we're going in actual fanboying on shit, if I let us do it every time we're going to do that, we're gonna go 12 hours.
Yeah.
And I think that again, the stream I'm worried about that is the one that we're actually enjoying, not the one that we want to kill.
Yep.
Come on, guys. Yeah. Now, am I the only one that, while watching this, had a little bit of crap? But what West Side Story? Because we were talking about West Side Story the last week. With
I think so, yeah.
With the two sides, I could almost see it, and thank God that nobody in Disney actually did this. I could almost see them doing it, but only almost. It was having them start snapping their fingers as they're coming closer to each other.
Oh my god.
Switchblades and combs for like slick back greaser hair.
Yep. Now, what I did think that I saw here was as each one of them took their helmets off, it's almost like all of them knew that the other side was not going to be happy about them not having the helmets on, so they kept them on to begin with. But then they were like, now that we're face to face, watch us as we slowly take our helmets off. Which to me was almost like a, you got a problem with us? Bring it.
Yeah, no, I like that they boldly took off their helmets in front of them.
They boldly did it, but they also did it as an act of provocation. That they did it actively to piss them off. They could have come out with some of them without the helmets on. They did it all in front of them. Yeah, you got a problem with us? Which, frankly, there was no good way to do it. So, no matter how they did it, I'd bitch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, pretty much. They show up without the helmets already on, they bitch. They show up, take the helmets off in front of them, they bitch.
Yeah. And Moon, it's me and Natsu who are the only two that are currently talking, but the other two are here to comment when they want to. And as far as JG goes, he goes muted or unmuted based on what's actually happening in real life. There's a reason why when he's not muted, I have his volume down really low, because he's almost always at the time of this conversation in areas where wind's going to be coming in or other shit's happening, and it just draws a lot of stuff into the conversation where we can't hear anything. And Hunter is Hunter. Sometimes Hunter's here, sometimes he's not.
It's pretty late here, so I need to keep it down sometimes.
Actually, if you're living, I don't know anything about your living situation, but if you're around people that are not being night owls, of course you have to actually be kind of quiet.
Yeah. So
because
it's kind of why I have a low pitch voice.
No problem at all. If I remember correctly, I think you're like 8 out. Isn't it like 11 hours ahead of me?
I think it's like
6 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock p.m. here right now.
Oh, it's like 01:23 here.
Okay, so yeah, you're 7 hours ahead. So
yeah,
really, he should be in bed if we really want to be. Being dicks about that.
I'm kind of a night owl on the weekends, so no problem.
Which is cool, and I'm actually just being a dickhead about it. I typically stay up till about 2 o'clock as a general rule myself, so I'm not actually throwing any stones. But if you're in a living situation where you have someone else either living with you or you're worried about people behind walls that those walls aren't very thick,
Yeah,
Yeah, it's really late at night, so
but like I just enjoy you guys talking. I'll comment
oh
sometimes. Stuff.
yeah, and I wasn't worried about it at all. I was just commenting to
Yeah, yeah,
about Old Moon asking if it was just me
yeah.
and
You
not so.
you were just clarifying. So yeah,
Yeah, no. So I'm not saying that you need to be more involved. I want you to be as involved as you want to be.
yeah,
I don't.
yeah. Exactly.
I don't need everyone who is technically on the stream to be involved at all times.
Yeah.
Hell, as I told CT at one point, I'm going to finish this episode for as long as it takes, and if everyone else leaves, that's fine. I will start monologuing. It might go faster that way, but I will finish the episode. I mean, hell, I had a tornado try to pick me up the other week. Did it stop my stream?
Actually, Net, I was while you guys were talking and I were muted, I built my Lego Rex helmet. So,
You're doing what?
I built some of my Lego Rex helmets.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah, like I got it today, so I figured I would build it.
If you'd like to take any pictures and share them to me, I'd be happy to share it to the stream. By the way,
Oh
I mean
yeah,
you don't
yeah.
have to, but if you'd like to,
Oh yeah, I'll send you one when I'm done. It's
cool.
quite the ride left.
Awesome. Like I said, I'm not trying to say that you have to. Just saying
I would
I'd
be
be
glad
happy.
to.
I'd be happy to show you off.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, what we got now?
Actually, I want to see them after. I've been waiting to see what they look like. For sure.
Oh, cool. Nice. Yeah. If he shares them to me, I'll make sure to share them on the stream.
Oh yeah.
And here, have some alcohol, but do me a favor, don't share it at the big feast. Which, by the way, one of the things that made me laugh about the entire let's prepare a big feast for all the new people. It's like, well, all of them can eat at the feast, but it's been made clear that the people in the covert can't eat in public. So
yeah,
all
they
of
literally
them
have to wander off, eat, and then come back.
Yeah, so all of the people that book Catan brought can just chow down in the public feast.
Yeah, the helmetless Mandalorians can actually have real fellowship with each other.
Yeah. And that actually did occur to me. I was like, really? This is what we're doing? For a moment, I thought it was going to be, and now you guys can take your helmets off. This is now the way. Oh, wait, no, that didn't happen. I was thinking for a moment that was about to happen.
That would have been nice to actually see all those people take off their damn helmets.
Yeah. And now IG 11/12. Oh shit, it's coming. Ah!
I wonder if most of them are just extras and they don't want their faces out. They're just extras, so they don't want anybody to see their.
Oh, you mean kind of like the way that I don't particularly want to show my face?
We keep our faces hidden so we don't get called ist and ism.
Ah. Oh, that's not why.
Yeah, like there might have been a lot of extras.
I'm joking.
Now, I don't have any problem with IG 11/12 being like this. Isn't it interesting how fast they made it Grogu able to pilot the thing? I mean, around the office, he bumped into a few structures. Then after that, he walks around just fine. grabbing things as he wants, and then, oops, I squished a melon. But then later, but then later he's able to actually go in between two people who are actually trying to kill each other, and go, no, what? No, this is within the same 24-hour period.
No.
And I don't care that he is 50 years old. You don't pick up controls on something as complicated as a mech like this within a day. You just don't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I still wonder how he got over there so quickly in the middle of the fight.
There's things that happen in the middle of a fight that you're focused. As far as that goes, I don't care. You're focused.
Well, here's the thing. Other than shooting, the IG droid is really slow.
But you're focused on the fight. That fight was actually happening for a good amount of time. And as you're focused on the fight, you don't really see what's going on in the background. So him getting over there, that's fine. But him being able to just go, no, like that, and not get hurt at all by the Bibelos of what was going on. No. They made him basically full-on IG-11 within a day. I mean, not full-on, but I think you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it was enough that it was unrealistic. I get it.
Yeah. But I will defend the idea that he got over there in time to do it. It's what he did once he was there. And yes, well, given how dumb it is to separate like they did when hunting the creature, I don't think there was a way to handle the feast properly. Mood, that's kind of my point. The idea that they made let's feast to be the let's bond. No, they should have had a hunt. They should have had something else. The moment that they made the let's feast, they were locked into, well, let's ignore what we've already said. But there are other ways that they could have bonded. That's what I'm trying to say. When they decided to choose let's feast, they were locked into ignoring what they had already done.
Yeah, they could have gone on a great hunt and then had a feast afterwards where everybody picks up their food and then
the ones that were there,
the ones that don't have to.
Yeah, but the hunt would have been the focus of it instead of the feast being the focus.
Oh yeah, the feast would have been the aftermath.
Yeah, and so them having different ways of handling the feast would have been fine. It actually would have shown their differences while also showing what they actually what they actually agreed on, because the great hunt could have been hunting a pterodactyl like we did before. Let's do a great hunt for something else. And they would have bonded over that shared love. And then the feast would have been, well, here's a difference. But they chose the feast to be the center, not the aftermath.
The difference is the unity, not what makes us equal.
Yeah.
That would have actually worked better as if they actually did like the great hunting activity, work together for the hunt, and then the feast was an afterthought. Each camp has their own feast of what they got, but the body was already done. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That missed opportunity right there.
Yeah. That was my exact thought. I was like, oh shit, we're going to the feast? The feast is specifically where they have problems.
Yep.
And I do like Grogu being able to do yes, yes, no, no. And it is kind of funny.
Yes.
Especially after
no.
Especially after all this time where he hasn't been able to really say, but he agrees he says it or not. He's like, yes, yes, no, no.
Did you see my comment? That was easy. That was easy.
Yes. Actually, I didn't see the comment, but oh yeah. Oh dear Lord, he's got the "that was easy" button. Yes. Actually, that's
Grogu
not a
has an
clip
easy button.
that's not a clip I should probably look for, because I think that there's a clip of somebody hitting a "that was easy" button, because I think that that's another one that would probably work well.
Yeah, there is a clip of that, so you should see if you can find it.
Yeah. Now, I'm just so thrilled that I now know how to do the reaction clips. but the one that I got first is
the cat's got a new toy. The cat's got a new toy.
I really wish I had that last episode, because last episode that would have worked, but worked for so many more things. This one I was like, I like it a lot, and I was just telling my wife that I was like, I'm not sure what I'm going to use it on, but I'm sure I'll find something. And then I've already used it a few times. She's like, "Yeah, you'll find things to use it on." I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. but last episode I was like, yeah, I need this clip, but I don't have it right now. And I could have used it so many times before that too, to be honest. And unfortunately, nobody has commented from the live chat on Rumble. But
question. I was thinking, one of the clips, Net, you could actually make yourself. And I was thinking it could be like something like Thanks Pelly or Reva.
Oh, that's a point. I think I might want to kill myself if I did reaction clips with my own voice, though, because then I would need to hear myself. I don't mind doing it so much when I'm editing a video or something like that, but I think I might want to throw myself off a cliff if I were to hit a button and hear myself do it. Everyone hates how they sound.
Well, if you don't do your voice, you got to do somebody's voice saying it.
Well, yes, but that's but you get the point I'm making, right? Now, I don't hate my own voice, but I just think that if I were to hit a button using my own voice, I might want to just go, But yeah. And now we just get Grogu wander around the city with Din.
I'm going to tell you right now, Net, you have the easy button voice, so don't worry about that. It's the very calm guy. That was easy.
Which I appreciate. I'm not that bad. I don't feel that bad about my voice. Just the idea of just hitting a button and hearing it, just like, There are other people who talk about hearing their voice and it's like nails on a chalkboard, and I'm very much past that. But I just don't think I could bring myself to hit a button and play a clip of myself unless it's playing something like a full clip in context. But just as a reaction, it's like, yeah. I don't know if the difference makes sense or not, but yeah. And then we find that Grogu really does not have a sense of ownership, which we already kind of knew. It's made very clear here. Hi, I now have a body. I'm going to grab shit.
He's like, I don't have to listen to you. I'm going to grab a fruit.
And now I'm going to hold it up further away than you can get to. And what's that? Ultimate Emperor, they get picked off one by one. Sorry, I missed the context for when you said that. And it's true. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that would be about Grogu. Yeah. So sorry for missing the context on the first one. Old man. Yeah, Grogu definitely likes having his new droid body.
Someone spoiled to me actually the whole IG 11 or IG 12 Grogu thing. I remember seeing a spoiler about that a long time ago.
Joe did.
I can't remember if I saw it on like Reddit or something, but that's one of the things
Joe.
that was actually spoiled to me. I'm like, oh, well, okay then.
Joe. I'm not sure where he got it, but Joe.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But I'm sure Joe got it from somewhere else. But I got it from Joe as well, and I have no clue where he got it from, but I'm betting that that's the same place you got it from. For as many issues as Joe and I may have, Joe pays attention to a lot of shit. So when Joe makes statements like that, I notice it. I do tend to pay attention because he doesn't tend to go off on nothing. Sorry, they. I wasn't meaning to misgender or anything. Just nah. But my bad on that. But Joe honestly does tend to go off of decent sources. So, yeah, and apparently Joe is right here. So yeah. Sorry, that was me actually giving a little bit of credit, even though other issues. Yeah, now who wants to retake Mandalore? Well, yes, all of us do. That's kind of why we're here. Right? Oh, okay. I didn't accidentally.
I'm still here. Sorry, Miriam sent me something.
Okay, I thought I actually muted you by accident somehow.
No, I'm still here.
Okay, well, which is weird because I actually clicked unmute right as you unmuted. Apparently,
I mute myself because there's a lot of background noises.
Oh no, and I understand that, which is the reason why it was weird because if someone has muted themselves, I can't unmute somebody. So I'd actually just put my mouse over you and clicked unmute just as you unmuted. So I was like, wait, what just happened? Because I was thinking that meant that I had muted you. And I was like, I don't remember doing that. Oh, in context of them eating separately. Oh, they could get picked off one by one. Yes. That's exactly what we've talked about before. About the problem with going out to eat one by one. Yeah. 100%, old man. 100%. Okay, so I'm going to keep on moving on.
They have the big din-din.
Yep. They've had the din-din. Now they're going, who wants to retake Mandalore? Well, I think
my only problem with this scene is that they should have, like, it shouldn't have been, like, you know, one at a time. Like, I get why Din was first to say, I'll go. But they should have been beating people off with a stick for people who want to go.
Actually, no. I will actually defend this a little bit because just like Gideon said, Gideon was not wrong about these two tribes of the Mandalorians being against each other. And Bo herself said it when they were landing, that we haven't known anything but I think it was hatred. I forget the exact words she used, but it may even have been hatred. But we haven't known anything but distrust from the other side. And to put it very lightly, so her stating it, of course, people on her side might want to go, yes, she was putting it forward as a unification thing. So it's kind of like throwing it to the other side. And the other side's like, do we trust her? And then Din says yes. And then it bounces to the other side. Is someone on her side willing to say yes? And then it going back and forth faster and faster and faster.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't have been everyone going, yeah, because neither side was comfortable with the idea of aligning with the other. Even though
I suppose.
The fact that they're in the same space is already them being extremely tolerant to each other, because many of them probably wanted to just draw blasters and kill people on the other side of the table. But proposing a joint expedition? Wait, you want us to actually trust our lives to that person? What?
I get it.
And by the way, I am defending an episode of Mandalorian. Hello, everybody. Hello.
No, there was it just reminds me of a moment from the Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic comics. There was actually a female Mandalorian that tried to stop many of the other Mandos from wiping out an entire people. And he's like, okay, you want to be their advocate? You can fight for them and die for them.
Yeah. I mean, kind of, yeah.
That same Mandalorian, by the way, their mask was the one that Revan wore. So,
nice. but you said I'm saying, but here's the thing. It does.
Yeah.
The way that Bo-Katan did this, and if Din didn't come up as the member of the Death Watch covert, and then things might not have. I don't think things would have gone into trying to kill each other, but it might have fizzled out, which would have also been a failure.
Yeah.
It could have turned it into the failure. That wouldn't necessarily made them all try to kill each other, but it could have turned into the failure that would have made Axe Wolves and that group go back to fuck this. We're back to being privateers. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and by the way, something that I didn't really think about earlier. I thought about last week, but not today. Yeah, Axe Wolves and all the privateers are with them. What defense does that planet from last week have anymore?
Whoever they can hire, I guess.
Who aren't there anymore. So if someone wants to just come in and carpet bomb them, they're completely.
Oh yeah, I know.
And the reason
I get that.
But the reason why I find that funny is that Jack Black and Lizzo were like, "Yeah, you do this thing for us. We'll put you in contact with them." When they knew that putting them in contact with them was them trying to get them to come back with them. Well, apparently that crime that they needed to have fixed was more important than their entire space defense force. They paid for their space defense force to solve the planetary crime. I hope it was worth it to you. You see what I'm saying?
I don't think people are going to leave that planet alone either.
Probably not. And now they don't have the deterrent. I mean, they can hire someone else, but hopefully they hire someone else quick enough to survive if Moff Gideon's friends planetary raid on it. Right? Because if one of those sources that we've talked about are in that group, they know that they just left that planet completely open. Just saying. And that didn't even occur to me until we're talking right now.
I come back to find Jack Black and Lizzo's corpses.
Yeah. Or we come back and find an unbrainwashed Jack Black just going, yeah. Because, like I mentioned, I think that Jack Black's been through the brainwashing machine. Imagine if there's an unbrainwashing machine. I don't think there is, but I'm just saying it would be funny. But I could just hear Jack Black going. Yeah. Pretty much everybody agrees. I mean, we don't have everyone, so I suppose that there still is a contingent on this planet, which the way that she first said it sounded like it was her intent. Like, not everyone's going, but some of us are. But then at the end, it's kind of like, we're going. So I kind of got two impressions about what was exactly happening, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how many people left Navarro and how many people didn't. That she made it sound
I think
like
the majority left.
Yeah. But the way that she first stated it sounded like they were just doing a scout element. But then it looked like much more than a scout element. So
yeah, and here's something I noticed, and it kind of bothers me. There were a lot of humans among the Mandalorians. There should have been more aliens, especially since this is more of a creed than a people.
That's something that I've never really known. Because to me, Mandalorians, I've never seen a non-humanoid, in novels at least, be a Mandalorian. But that doesn't mean that they couldn't be, especially since there's a lot of adoption that goes on.
Yeah, well, but
have you
and
seen...
I know you don't look into them much, but they are pretty prevalent in the comics.
No, and that's fine, and that's actually what I was about to ask. And I was just wondering, are there non-Mandalorian, and not non-Mandalorian, are there Mandalorian in people who are not not when I say humanoid, I don't mean like blue skin humanoid. I mean, but not.
No, there's in one of the, I remember in one of the, I think I still have the images too. In one of the panels, there's like a Wookiee Mandalorian.
Huh. Okay.
In one of the comic panels. Another one, there's like one that looks kind of like a lizard, not a lizard, but sorry, I should say it like almost like a lion or panther looking Mandalorian.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually has a Beskar helmet that compensates for his ears.
Would you like to know why that doesn't bother me in the same way that the other stuff that I was bitching at you about was?
Why is that?
It's because the people putting up images of a starship and being tech illiterate.
No, I get that. Believe me, I understood.
Right.
I understood that part.
But I'm comparing that to what you're saying here, and
Yeah,
you don't.
I get why you're accepting
but,
this more. It's more of a cultural thing,
right? And you don't accidentally make you don't accidentally make a Wookiee, and then have that Wookiee be Mandalorian. You accidentally make a TIE fighter because you don't understand the tech.
To be honest with you, I genuinely get what you're talking about. And again, I still like, even if George Lucas doesn't acknowledge it, I still like your explanation for lightsabers the best because it actually makes logical sense.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is that and even though you probably already understood the reason why I accept one over the other people may or may not. And I just want to make it clear that I don't accept the one because I find the one to be, well, you're just tech illiterate. But the other, well, of course, you actually intended that to happen. And the people that are publishing it actually looked at it and went,
Even before the KOTOR comics, when Tom Veitch and Kevin J. Anderson, the guys behind like the Jedi Academy trilogy and Dark Empire and whatnot, when they were making Tales of the Jedi, when they made the Mandalorians, because that was like their first kind of like official appearance in the past, the Old Republic type era. When they made them, none of the Mandalorians then were humans.
Really?
Only the Tongs. But over time, they grafted and drafted people within their people and their service. As a matter of fact, back in the old days, only Tongs could hold positions of authority among Mandalorians back in those days. But because
what you're almost saying makes me think of like the Sith as well, because the Sith
were a species. I know
we're their own species, and then and then we got the Sith that were the creed of the Sith, and that's almost what it sounded like what you're saying with the Mandalorians.
Yeah, it's the Mandalorians, much like the Sith, have very similar origins. I mean, they're not like the Sith in the sense that, conquest is the only thing that guides them.
But race versus creed.
Could it be like the Jedi?
No, the Jedi's origins came when the Thoyors picked up multiple species, and it actually came from like an ancient Dai Bendu dialect. It was like ones who flow with life or something. I'd have to look up the meaning again when I look up Dawn of the Jedi.
Yeah, there's something like that.
But no, the Sith were originally species, and even among the lost tribe of the Sith. The original Sith species eventually got bred out of the culture.
But by the way, when you actually get to the Fate of the Sith books, let me know, because I'm going to start rereading those when you do.
You mean the Fate of the Jedi books?
Yeah, I call it Fate of the Sith. Right.
I'll definitely let you know. Honestly, I'd let you know when I start reading New Jedi Order.
Oh dear Lord, you're not even there. You're not even there yet. Okay.
No, dude, I wanted to read everything before that.
No,
I backtracked, and I'm currently doing the Jude Watson Jedi Apprentice books, and those are
that's completely fine. And I'm glad you're doing that. I just thought you were further. That's all.
I would be further if I wasn't going back
No.
to get everything.
No, one of the things that I hate is when people say, "Just start on New Jedi," or "Just start on the." No.
That's primarily why I'm
Yeah.
waiting on New Jedi Order, because
there's
there's so much I want to experience first.
So I'm glad you're not yet. I just thought you were to that point. That's all. But
no, I'm not. I'm not there yet.
One of my biggest bugaboos is when people say, "Just start on New Jedi," or "Just start." It's like, do you realize how much context you're missing?
No, to be honest with you, when I do New Jedi Order, I want to understand everything. I want to be like, when they mention a reference that's like from this random book, I'll be like, hey, I know what that was from. I know what that was from. I know what that was from. I want to be able to just go like that throughout the entire New Jedi. I'm like, oh, they killed off that guy? I really like that guy.
and like I mentioned to you, I literally can't say, oh, it's from there, because for me, at this point, it's entire gestalt. I've got the entire thing, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure of the order of things that happen. But you ask me, oh, what book did that happen? I'm like, I don't know.
Well,
it just happened.
I'm going to be honest with you. You have all the short stories, but you don't have all of the short stories.
Oh yeah, there's some stuff I don't have. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I have everything.
Well, here's the thing I'm bringing this up with you about. So on my Google Drive, because I have access to your stuff, I wanted to give you access to some of mine.
Oh yeah, feel free.
So the stuff I was able to get a hold of, and you'll love this too. Marcel actually gave me one of them. Mm-hmm. He's the Revan Kiss, great dude. But the ones I have access to, I have the 6-part Emissary of the Void for New Jedi Order. Mm-hmm. That almost kind of works. The way it's put together, it's like a novella now, because it's like six chapters.
Yeah.
I have that. I have Heart of the Jedi, which I got from Joe Bongiorno's website, which I think I already mentioned that one to you.
By the way, I actually have things that are on that drive. I have things in physical as well.
Oh, okay. No, the only reason I'm mentioning it is because like I wasn't sure if you had it or not, and because I have access to that on Google Drive, you'll be able to have access to it too.
Which I would definitely appreciate anything that I don't have, even if I've already read it. I like having all of it available.
Yeah, easily. And the third thing, this is the thing that Marcel gave me. It's connected to the Dark Empire comics. Is the short story by Tom Veitch before he passed away, Lightsider. Mm-hmm. It was an introduction to the character of Cam Salusar.
Okay.
So I just thought I'd let you know about that.
Cool.
But yeah, no, like I don't want to start on New Jedi Order until I've got like everything under my belt first.
Yeah, please don't. that really is it.
When it comes to audio, you and I are doing together.
Yeah, no, my dad and I, like, I'm doing the unabridged ones on my own, most of them anyway. But when it comes to the abridged ones, I've been doing that with my dad. I know. You consider abridged blasphemy, but it's time me and my dad spend.
I actually
it's time
do.
me and my dad spend doing audiobooks, so I let it pass.
If it's father-son time that you guys get to do, I will say that's great. But abridged is the same thing to me as I've already had an editor help me edit my book to the point that it's good to publish, and now we're gonna hire someone else to edit our book even further.
Well, here's the thing. There's already some that are like completely unabridged, obviously, and those are non-negotiable for us. Good. because they're unabridged. So my dad's gonna have to sit through, which I don't think he'll complain. He's gonna have to sit through like hours of Darth Bane and whatnot. So,
do you know what I do with the books that aren't abridged, and I still want to listen to them in audio? Mm-hmm. I go to my EPUB books that you have my drive. and then I tell it read to me, and then
Yeah, no,
I
that's
have
that. Well, that's what I've been doing at work. That's why I've been going through
Yeah.
I've been able to go through the Jude Watson
yes,
stuff. And
yes.
again, I am planning the stuff I already did abridged for. I am planning on doing unabridged for when I get the chance. So don't.
It is fine, and I actually understand the idea of you of it being a father
But
son
believe me,
thing.
you're not the
so-
only one who gives me crap for the abridged ones. I get the
No.
same amount of crap from Annihilus, so don't even sweat that. Every time I mention it, I know you hiss. He hisses louder.
I'm being just know I'm actually being nice in about what I'm saying.
I know. You're. I'm just saying you're being nicer to me than Annihilus would be about it. So.
Yes, if you think that this is me saying my actual feelings, no, this is me repressing my rage. Especially because I know that it's something you and that you and your dad are doing together.
Yeah.
So,
But believe me, after I started going through like the unabridged stuff, because remember I started out with abridged stuff, but after I started going through the unabridged stuff, I'm like, oh crap, I gotta go back through those books and get all the details.
yes,
That's what I was like. I was like, okay, so I've got to go back through this, and even though I'm dreading it, I have to go through the unabridged of Rogue Planet and the unabridged of Tatooine Ghost. I don't want to go through those again, but I have to.
you know, with all the terms that are file put out there or whatnot, bibliophile is a correct term for me. I am a bibliophile.
I get it.
You have no idea how many books I have read. And if I were to say 1,000, that would probably be a gross underestimation.
I believe it.
I would probably say it would be closer to 10,000, maybe 100,000. I don't know.
10,000 books, and none of them are the prequel era ones.
No, well, I'm saying overall. And yes, I have read prequel era books. I've just said that my focus has always been.
Yeah, I get you.
I have read
that early
I have read
post OT New Republic era. I get it.
And the reason why I always point out is that I point out the post Return of the Jedi in that other than a few anomalies, you can count on the fact that I read all of them.
I get you.
Whereas the stuff that's before that, I've read a smattering of a lot of them. But if you pick one out, there's a damn good chance I'll say no. I haven't seen it. But I have
I'm going to pick one out completely at random, and you can tell me if you've gone through it or not. Shatterpoint.
Actually, I think I've read that one. Yeah.
Okay. The Old Republic Annihilation.
Nope.
Knight Errant.
It sounds familiar, but I don't think I did.
Cloak of Deception.
Yes.
Maul Lockdown.
No. Coruscant
Knights. Any of the books.
Nope.
The Last Jedi. The Michael Reeves book and Catherine Bonoff. Not
yes,
the
Yes, I have, and that was mostly because of the fact that it had the same name.
Anyway, so those are just some of the random ones I was thinking of. When I mentioned Knight Errant, my dad made a gagging noise because I think he agrees with me that it's a shit series. he put his thumb down and made a gag. Yeah, no, seriously, like I'm not I'm a big advocate for the EU, but like Knight Errant is the one era that I don't want to repeat ever again.
Yeah.
It's John Jackson Miller's worst work.
To be completely honest, there's some reasons why when people are like, EU is bad, then they point out certain eras. I'm like, isn't it funny? The eras that I really like are not the ones you guys like to point at.
Well, I really liked a lot of the prequel and Dark Times era books. There's actually some really good ones there that they seem to completely ignore.
By the way, the Darth Bane trilogy and Darth Zana, both of them are great.
I will defy anybody who says they've gone through the prequel era books and hasn't read. And keep in mind, I'm just reading them now, but like if they haven't read any of the Jedi Apprentice books, I'm going to give them the finger.
I've read all of Jedi Apprentice, by the way, just so you know.
You have my respect, sir. That is a fantastic book run. I haven't finished it, but
those are really good books.
Yeah, and they managed to do it in such a short time. The way Jude Watson and Dave Wolverton did it is just.
Yep.
God, I wish a lot of authors were that good. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there aren't good authors. I just wish a lot of authors could do what they do.
Yeah. The Jedi Apprentice run, that run was really good.
Again, I'm only like I just started book 9 today of that, and I know I've still got like a decade's worth to go through. So.
I think I went through Jedi Apprentice about 2 years ago, and yeah, those are really good.
Well, those are books I would point to saying, yeah, you don't know the prequel era unless you've read these.
Well, I guess I know the prequel era. Woo!
Well, I'm assuming you've also read like some of the best ones, like Cloak of Deception, Shadowhunter, The Approaching Storm.
Only some of them, because
Darth Plagueis.
Frankly, Darth Plagueis should have been it. If any novel that could have had besides a novelization of the main movies could have bridged canon and EU. Darth Plagueis really should have been dual canon, if you want to put it that way, because the things that it introduced could have actually explained in Palpatine's return.
Well, here's the thing. Honestly, I know might have been too much to ask, but if you were going to get anybody to narrate an audiobook, that's the one I would actually specifically request Ian McDiarmid to narrate. Not that I'm saying the guy who did it now like didn't do a good job, but to hear Ian McDiarmid do it, that would be.
Oh yeah, that could have been cool, but you do get what I'm trying to say about it being like, because when I read it, I was like, this should actually be canon, because if they made it canon,
there's only one reference in that book that I'm not a huge fan of, and it's a very small reference, and it actually got me visibly angry when I heard it.
I forget what it is, but I remember you mentioning it, to be honest. But I
don't want to go over it again because it really pisses on Ron Mars's Darth Maul comic.
Yeah, and then you know how I feel about Darth Maul.
Well, here's the thing. That comic, the Ron Mars one, was more respectful to the Phantom Menace version of Darth Maul than anything out of TCW. No offense.
Yeah. Hey, I'm the one who shits on TCW. You're not.
Well, here's the thing. I'm someone who likes TCW, and even then, I'm thinking.
No, you're not allowed to shit on TCW at all. That's my thing.
No, I was explaining this in the comment section before. I'm like, as much as I like Darth Maul and TCW, there are times when I just want him to shut the fuck up.
Do you know what I think about Darth Maul and TCW? He should be dead. DED. Dead.
He did. No, but so yeah. Beyond that, let's get back to the episode. Sorry about the whole tangent there.
No, not a problem.
I apologize for my tangents. I know that's not a problem for you, but
are you saying that I should apologize for mine?
No. That's just me. I apologize for my tangents. I'm screwing with you, dude. It's okay.
Well, I suppose one of us has extreme ADD. I'm not sure what you have. So, I mean, I've got that as an excuse. So,
Yay! All right, so back to the episode.
Yeah, I suppose we got people all going on. Yay! Thankfully, not all saying this is the way, because the only ones that slavishly say this is the way is in Darren's group. If they all said this is the way, that would have been an issue. Could you imagine the ex-wolves saying this is the way?
That would have been funny.
Would have been funny, but it would have been like, what the fuck? And now we're all about to go down here.
We go down to the planet's surface.
And none of us know
okay,
what
so
we're looking at.
this is something I wanna bring up. This is one of the things that actually made me angry. Wait till you get to the scene where you see Din standing there. Because I know they bring up, it looks worse than I thought here.
Mm-hmm.
And without it happened.
Without the subtitles, I don't mind playing a little bit of it. So
okay, so
look
at that Mandalorian. Let me keep going until you see the opposite camera view of that Mandalorian right there. Okay.
Just so you know, when I do it like this, I get 3-second things.
Okay. Well, if you can. Okay. Right
like
there. You see that symbol on his arm right there?
Yeah.
That's the Death Watch symbol.
Oh.
That's the symbol that made me visibly angry. I'm like, get that shit off your shoulder pad.
Yeah.
And if we're talking about spies and traitors, it makes me kind of suspect that motherfucker right there.
I get that, especially since we just had, not last episode, but the episode before that, but Bo actually is actually saying, would it be appropriate for this to be on my pauldron? For her asking her armorer, would this be appropriate?
Yeah.
So that means that either they can armor themselves, or they had someone else put that onto their pauldron for them.
I just think that's a Death Watch leftover, and he never removed the symbol for some reason. I'm like,
well, there's that
shit
too.
Off your...
But that's kind of what I'm saying, that they could have their armor change it.
I would hope that they would change it, because that's a symbol of like, and Bo-Katan mentions later in the episode, they're a dead group, and I'm like, well, apparently not. If some of your people are still wearing their scummy symbol.
To be fair, with how desperate that they got, maybe some of them didn't have access to an armor to fix that. But to have this shown front and center to us, I mean, it doesn't mean anything to me, but it means something to you and to anyone who knows this shit.
Well, I told you the only thing I gatekeep when it comes to Star Wars is Mandalorian culture.
No, but my point here is that this is extremely close to the center of the screen. And it was center of the screen for multiple seconds. And no one else's shoulder was shown. Only this one. And even though I wouldn't know what that meant, this is being shown front and center for everyone to see.
I'm wondering if this is Dave's not so subtle way of saying, hey, this guy's probably the traitor.
That's kind of what I'm trying to say. Even though it didn't mean anything to me, no one else's pauldron is being shown. Just theirs.
He'll say something like, he will Moff Gideon will restore the Death Watch under the Empire, and I'll be like, you treacherous son of a.
But it's very interesting that this is the one that's right here in front of us, and none of the others are shown.
Yeah.
So I didn't think anything of this because this isn't something that meant anything to me.
Well, I'm going to
But-
tell you right now, that symbol literally means like pillaging, murder, like unnecessary killing.
Oh, I already got that from what you told me. But
That symbol is an affront to Mandalorian culture.
But I mean, I didn't know that. And
yeah, no. Well, keep in mind,
your average person isn't going to, and that makes this what I would call an Easter egg / a hey, take a look at this.
Yeah.
If you
again,
know what
anybody
if you know what this means, you know what it means.
Anybody who's seen TCW or read the Karen Traviss novels knows that like wearing that symbol is literally an affront to the Mandalorian people.
I would like to push back on the red part because some of us, when we read a book, we don't actually get the symbols in our head when we read it. So
I know, but that symbol also appears in the EU comic Jango Fett Open
comic.
Seasons. And the book actually describes the symbol.
No, I understand that. I actually understand the describe, and that's the point I was trying to make. Some of us,
the book.
Some of us, even when a symbol is described, it doesn't actually translate to a symbol in our head. I'm one of those people. I read it. I can recognize again when it's stated again in the book, but but I don't have the symbol in my head that I would then and see this.
No, I get that.
And the reason why I yelled comic over you, because if it's in the comic, then of course it would be being shown, and yes, from that to that. But from the book, description to visual doesn't make the jump that you might think it does.
Yeah, it was enough for people at Lucasfilm, but I get what you're saying.
It's not enough for people like me, and I also know that I am not the average person, but it's not.
My point is that it has its origins in the Jango Fett Open Seasons comic, and then it was brought up again in the Karen Traviss novels, as well as in TCW.
Cool. And
shown a couple times too. So yeah.
And I wasn't trying to shut you down. I was just like, don't do it from the novels. Don't do it from the.
No, I understand. My point is like they did that intentionally to connect it to make you know, hey, this is a symbol of the Death Watch.
Yeah. Read Open Season and you'll hate them. Okay. Yeah, and I have not read Open Seasons.
Well, here's the thing. In the book, there was this guy in the Imperial Commando book. There was this guy, he's a Mandalorian scientist, Midge Gillimar, and they hated a guy named Dread Priest because of the way he treated the clones when they were Kui Valdar, which was like, you know, the hidden or the dead, basically. Anyway, Dread Priest under the Empire was wearing that symbol, that sort of 3-clawed symbol, and it actually made the Mandalorians visibly angry to see. They're like, this motherfucker is waltzing in here with that symbol on his shoulder. He's asking to die.
Yeah.
I don't think you know how pissed these people got, because these are the same people Jango fought against during the Open Seasons comic.
But you know, Jango wasn't a Mandalorian. You know that, right?
Yes, he was.
No, apparently he wasn't. According to Filoni.
They cleared that up.
No, they cleared that up in Mandalorian. Thank you.
Yeah.
But before we saw Mandalorian, Filoni is the one that everyone told me stated that.
Yeah, I know.
No,
He was wrong because he was using an idiotic politician to say that.
Yeah,
he golfed that.
But I am not going to let this go.
I get you.
I don't care that he after all the people like me who are angry about that decide to retcon it again. Dave Filoni, the master of retcons.
he retcons other people's stuff, but then retcons his own to death.
Yes, he retcons his own stuff. He's the master of retcons. He retcons his own shit. I don't care that he says that he fixed it here. No. He's the one. If he didn't say it to begin with, I would never have had to deal with people telling me that to begin with.
Yeah.
Would I have? No. He's the one that actually raised the specter of it. Not even the specter of it. He's the one that actually stated that no, he was never a Mandalorian. Then I had to deal with it for years. Going, why the fuck are you people saying that? Wait, the Clone Wars is a thing? Wait, the Clone Wars is telling me that Jango and Boba Fett aren't actually Mandalorians? Oh, wait, I'm supposed to care about the Clone Wars? Wait, why am I supposed to care? And now suddenly, in Mandalorian, he fixed it. He fixed it suddenly, and I'm supposed to be okay with it now. No. Filoni is the reason why this was ever an issue. The Mandalorians were made a thing by Boba Fett in the original movies. The only reason why anyone ever doubted that Boba Fett and Jango Fett were Mandalorians was because of Filoni.
Yep.
If he had never said anything, there would never have been any reason to question it. So why am I supposed to say, but he fixed it, so it's all good now? You're the reason's problem. You're the reason's problem. When someone causes a problem and then fixes it, you don't get to claim any goodwill from it. I don't care. Filoni is shit because of that, if nothing else.
I get you.
Yeah, and Filoni's a quack. And then that comes into the thing about the entire Civil War shit of, well, there's Filoni, Kathleen Kennedy versus Filoni. Well, yeah, great.
God.
Yeah.
I used to believe that shit.
No, actually, I do believe that shit may actually have been real. I also never believed that it would result in anything good for any of us, either way it went. I still believe that it may have been going down. I don't care though. I've never cared because Filoni versus Kennedy, both of you are shit for Star Wars. So why should I care? Great. The person that I labeled the master of retcons gets to be the person in charge of Star Wars. Well, great.
Yippee!
Kathleen Kennedy wins. We get the sequel trilogy, but more. Great. Again, yippee! I actually do believe that there was a Civil War. I just never believed that it would turn out for anything that I cared about.
So you believe the Civil War, but you didn't believe it would be for our benefit. I understand.
Yeah, either way.
It's like saying you either eat cow shit or dog shit.
Yeah, because things that something to keep my dad had owned what was a general contractor, owned a company that did a lot of really big jobs, and took out bonds for millions of dollars to build buildings for various things. I've been at the dinner table talking about business politics for all my life while growing up. I understand how this shit works. And so many things that people say, but if this were happening, then obviously nothing wrong's going. No, they're going to be nicey nice in public. Of course they are. Do you guys not understand how business politics work? Of course you guys don't. But yeah, they're probably trying to kill each other behind the scenes. Of course they are. But I've seen what both Kathleen Kennedy wants to show us and what Filoni wants to show us before Kathleen Kennedy came on the scene. And I'm like, both of you are shit.
Yeah, speaking of, check the chat. Check it out.
In the private chat? One sec.
I'll tell you what I equate it to, Ned, and you'll agree with me when you hear this, right? It's like when the Lucasfilm company decanonized the expanded universe and then recanonizes stories and characters from it and expect praise for it.
Pretty much.
I'm like, motherfucker, you decanonized it to begin with. I ain't praising you for recanonizing a character.
Yeah. Actually, one sec. I'm going to see if I can find this because I know who sent it, so I should be able to find it pretty quickly. Let's see here. Over to search. I'm not as used to doing this on the computer. If that makes any sense. I'm used to doing it with my computer, with my phone. And the Twitter versus phone is not always quite the same interface, especially when searching. Here we go. So yeah, one sec. Gonna open this in a new tab. So it's just the tab. Each part of it is a separate image. Honestly, I don't mind showing the full page, so that'll work. So one sec. Wait. Why do I have two of you, JG?
I got kicked off and came back in, so I don't know why.
No, I literally have two of you right here. Should I remove
I know, right?
that?
I'm everywhere.
Well, yes. I actually have a gift for that. The I'm everywhere gift, I've got a gift for that. So yeah, here we go. This should be it. So yeah. People are mad because we forgot how to make good shows. In our hubris, we scoffed at the treasures of the EU, and now we've been fucked by our own dicks. I think it's time, in case of emergency, break glass for Thrawn. In case of even bigger emergency, break this glass. Mara.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
and they're breaking the Thrawn glass right now. We have not gotten to Mara yet. By the way,
to be fair, they already broke the Thrawn glass a few years ago when they added him to Rebels. So
they were already panicking at that point. But then they panicked even more during Mandalorian when they're like, we have to do it again. Ah. But yeah, they haven't hit Mara yet. So yeah, there's that. And just so anyone knows that this
what are they going to do? What are they going to do when they break that glass? They won't have anything else to do, right?
Yeah.
No, they'll find other ways. Like they'll bring back the Yuzhang Vong, but they'll make it so that Rey can easily defeat them or something.
Yeah. And just so anyone knows,
I'm not even trying to be like a jerk about it or anything. I'm just like, yeah, I already know what they're gonna do, and it's gonna suck.
But I'd like to shout out the comic that was Penny Arcade. I have not read Penny Arcade for like a year or two, but when I did read them, I read all of them. Like I went through their archive one episode at a time, and I loved all of it. So I might go back and actually catch up. Penny Arcade is worth looking into, and
I've heard of it.
That's the comic that I just shared, and I wanted to give it that shout out because if I'm going to use their content, they deserve the shout out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So yeah, so shall we keep going?
Yes. Next story beat.
One sec while I pull up my my completely legitimate watch through of this again.
Yeah.
Because this is completely legitimate. No one can prove otherwise.
Aye, Captain.
And now, let's all just go, woo! Find out.
Woo!
There's something that amuses me about this, that apparently the Mandalorians do seem to have an issue with actually landing troops. They just want to bring them close enough to the ground that they can just say, and you're on your own now.
I missed them when they had Basilisk war droids.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying, though, right? It's like, hey, let's just get close enough, and yeah, you guys have got jetpacks. Just jump. Just look at them. Ah!
NetCat, you fool! Filoni saved us.
I mean, is this how any Mandalorian would want to be imagined in there?
What if the jetpack malfunctioned?
Yes.
Pull the cord! Pull the cord! Pull the cord!
Your emergency cord!
We don't have one. I do like that we can tell that this is Paz Vizsla. For myself, I have to imagine that he has a better jetpack than the rest because that minigun has to weigh more than the rest do. Just saying. And now it's very orderly descent, right? But when they're dropped, they're like, ah! And I'm by myself again. Yeah, that's gonna be my next. That's gonna be my next reaction video. All by myself. So yeah, now they're on the ground, completely cut off away from anybody else. And after they've been dropped, we now get Bo and Din and everyone else land the Guardian. They got dropped, and now the rest of the land. They were the same ship, motherfuckers. Just saying.
We landed.
Mm-hmm. We landed after we dropped the rest of you. You guys
We
could have
landed
actually. You guys could have walked off with the rest of us, but we had to drop you so we could just land.
We landed it.
And now we're all walking like we're on a pilgrimage. And isn't it lucky that the skiff didn't notice, lucky or unlucky, however you want to see it, that the skiff didn't notice Din or Bo when either of them landed their ship before? Because before it was just we landed and we just went down. This skiff didn't notice them. At first I was thinking I was being uncharitable because, like, there's a whole bunch of them going down, but no, they sent one ship down. So it's the same footprint as when as when Bo-Katan came down. I may actually excuse Din Djarin because he came down with his little N1 thing, but Bo-Katan, she came down with the same thing she just came down here with. This time, she was noticed by the skiff. Isn't it lucky that she wasn't last time, but was noticed this time? And they're like, okay, what's happening? And, oh, we're all good. We're all good. And I don't find it that.
Aye, Captain. There be Bo-Katan ahead.
Yeah. I'm not that upset about these guys being here, but it's like, it's been made very clear that there is that the surface is really blasted, and they actually make it clear that they don't go below. How much food could they actually be gleaning for the last is it 20 years? I'm not sure the amount of time. But even for just, say, 30 Mandalorians.
They've been sitting there for like 9, almost 10 years trying to scrounge for food.
Yeah. Scrounging for food for 9 to 10 years for, let's say, 30 people on a blasted planet like they keep telling us this is. I'm not really sure that I'm seeing enough food and enough renewable food. It's the thing, because okay, you got the food, but okay, then where's it going to renew from? You know what I mean? So I'm not sure. Which does kind of...
They would actually have to go underground every so often to scrounge for food.
Which is what they stated that they don't do, because when they go underground, people don't come back. They state that a little bit
according
later.
to what they seem to be saying, there's not a lot of vegetation on the surface.
Right.
I don't think all of it is gone, but there clearly isn't enough.
But not enough, and not enough renewable. Which would be fine if they were able to go underground. But then they state that when we try to go underground, no one comes back. You see?
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of coincidences there. Not just the
What-
fact that the Mandalorians have survived that long for like 9 to 10 years. They also happen to come across Bo-Katan and her group, and also happen to find Moff Gideon's lair
Yeah,
by the
and
forge. So
like was speculated earlier, these may be his spies, because if they've been working with them, that would actually fully explain the food. Because
take me to your leader.
If they've been getting food from Gideon, then what I just stated is not a problem. Now we're at another feast where only some people can actually eat. You have food? Yeah, we have
Some
food.
of us still eat. Yeah. How do the helmet wearers not eat at this hour?
Why do they keep? It's more. Why do they keep on putting the food thing in our faces? Why do they keep on making this something that we as the viewers need to look at? Why? This is stated as someone who likes this episode. Stop pointing out the fact that at one of these sections cannot eat in front of anyone else. You have made 2 feasts in this episode. Stop doing that.
And neither one of the helmet Creed boys can eat. So
Yeah. And
I know it's a big problem.
And everybody's okay with this? Did I miss something?
There's no way, sir.
Just
Survive off of nerf
thing to use for that.
They should have called
Right.
They should have called the episode "Sus Pirates."
Sus Pirates?
Yes.
My dad just made the suggestion they should have called it Sus Pirates because
Sus Pirates.
There's no way they could have just been eating vegetation. They probably ate some of those weird God, what are those
Imperial
called?
rations.
Well, not just Imperial Rations. I was talking about they probably ate some of those cave people to survive.
Well, yeah, that too. But yeah,
Basically eating the Morlocks.
just wait till I have more of those reaction things that I've got uploaded, so I'm not just always using the same one. I still like the one I got. Yeah, we're all looking good. Hey, let's send some people back home because we need to. And we still need to find the Great Forge. We can do you better. We can lead you there. Well,
yeah, and then Bo-Katan has big speech about. Again, I don't have a problem with this speech actually. She's like, we always kind of defeat ourselves because nobody else can handle us. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of meant to be the improvement of the culture.
Yeah, which is also the other side of the. Yeah, we've been at the edge of dying for the last 1,000 years, but we're still here. It's like, yeah, but that still means that there's a problem. If you could stop trying to kill yourself for the full 1,000 years.
Well, for the most part, like if I'm being honest, based on the EU standards, Mandalorians only had like an occasional spat here or there. The only time they had like a recent war was like something akin to like what they had with the Death Watch. That was the closest thing you could count to like a big war, and then maybe when they sided with Count Dooku during the war.
Yep. And that was my impression of them in the EU. But as I was listening to this, going, for the last 1,000 years, we've always been at the edge of extinction, but we're still here. I'm going, that's not great. I mean, it's great that you survived, but that does show that there are problems that probably should be addressed. Which is what Bo-Katan seems to be actually trying to address. Like, we need to stop doing this, but Mando's going, this is a strength. We've been around for this long. Everyone said we're extinction for this long, and we're still here. It's like, well, maybe 1,000 years ago, someone like Bo-Katan should have said, yeah, this is a problem. Thankfully, she's saying it now.
Makes me think that the only worst enemy in defeat that they get is from the Mandalorians themselves.
Well, if you want to go there, yeah, one of the biggest things that Americans have against us is ourselves too. And if you want to talk about that a little bit politically later, we can, but I'd like to kill the YouTube stream before we do that. But yes, I have had that thought, even thinking about current politics too.
Oh no! Are we bringing up politics? I just talked about Mandalorians being their own worst Mandalorian enemy.
Oh, I know that was me. Actually, no, that was me introducing it. I'm saying if we want to talk about it later, we can. I'd just like to kill YouTube first. But
yeah, and to that I say,
but that was completely me bringing it up, not you. I'm not claiming that you did. I was just commenting that, yeah, you're right. So yeah. Now, unlike another stream, I'm not bitching at you about anything. Don't worry. So yeah. And now we're on the skiff, which the skiff has, I would say, let's just say for the 10 years. I'm gonna go with what Nato was saying for how long. I thought it was longer than 10 years since the purge, but I was thinking it was more like 20 or so.
No, I make the guesstimation at least 10 or 11 years, because I think the purge either happened before or after A New Hope.
Really?
So that's So that's why I make the
actually before or after. Well, that's useful. What do you say before? Do you mean like a little bit before? Is that what you mean by that?
I'd say maybe a year before or a year after or something like that. Maybe a little bit before.
Okay.
Again, the reason why I make that assumption within like the 10 or 11 years is because Mando is like 5 or 6 years after Return of the Jedi, and there's only a 4-year period in between A New Hope and Return of the Jedi.
So let's say circa A New Hope. Does that make sense?
Circa A New Hope, would that be post or after? Or pre or post?
Do you know what circa means?
Around that time.
Yes, that's almost literally what that means.
Okay, so yeah, definitely circa A New Hope.
Okay, but because circa is used to say we're not exactly sure the exact point, but it's close to.
Yeah, I'd have to look on Wikipedia to see the exact date. So I know it's roughly between like 10 or 11 years since its destruction.
Okay, then circa works. The reason why I wanted to say circa is that I was laughing at you saying before or after A New Hope, because like
3 decades.
Because when you said before or after A New Hope, I was like, that doesn't really nail things down at all, because before A New Hope could technically mean 200 years. After A New Hope could mean 200 years after. But circa actually does bring it to say around here. So that's what I was saying. Circa is better than the way that you put it, because I was laughing because like, well, okay, I don't know that.
Mm.
And I'm hearing droids in the background.
That my brother's playing KOTOR like 2 rooms away, so
Okay.
it's T3M4 talking.
Okay. But I wasn't trying to be a dick. I was, but Circa actually make a lot more sense to me. I actually wasn't trying to be that much of a dick about it.
Oh no, I was just letting you know what it was.
Yeah. So yeah. But and with all this being 10 to 15 years ago, well, yeah. To try to survive off of all this without anything. Now, these guys
Yeah,
would have.
they had to eat some of the Morlocks or something, because there's no way they'd survive this long.
Yeah, and then they would have had other, and we had to survive on this, or they could have talked about eating the lichen from the underground, because they could have been that, but they state that we can't go underground, so they so they apparently survived off the blasted surface, because by their own words, they didn't go underground. Which the more that we're talking, the more that the spies is making me think that these guys are the spies.
They could possibly be the like. I don't think the ship guys. Well, maybe they could. That's always a possibility.
Yeah,
Though
I mean,
I more subscribe to the theory that they ate the Morlocks to survive.
I'm subscribing to the theory that they actually are spies. The more we're talking about it, the more
All right.
the more I'm subscribing to them, because I don't think that they survived, not without outside assistance.
Yeah, probably not. But
because
we'll
they
see when
could
the
have.
final episode comes.
Yeah, and this is not what I was thinking while I was watching it. This is as we're talking about it. The more we're talking about it, the more I'm going, no.
I gotta address the whole Din Bo-Katan thing, because I feel like people are still shipping them, which I'm not surprised that they are. But
Of
she's
course.
like 20 years older than he is. So.
People are shipping Anakin and Ahsoka.
Yeah.
There's no shit there.
I'm saying I don't care. People ship shit that is disturbing one way or the other. I don't care. Anakin and Ahsoka, dude, really? If you're gonna do that, then okay, you can ship other things. You can ship whatever the frick you want. Doesn't mean it's okay. And now we have some time of there's not much going on. We're playing chess. And I think you reminded me that this might be called Jajaric, but I'm going to call it chess. And I actually kind of like the tensions coming to a head over a game.
Yeah, it feels very Mandalorian in a way.
I mean, it might be Mandalorian. It just feels human to me. Because
I know, but this is like typical Mandalorians. These guys get into like bar brawls over like the minor disagreements. Now they don't go to like straight killing each other, but I suppose this is a test of strength if ever there is one.
He's taking a vibro blade out. He's cut. This is not a brawl.
Yeah, I get it.
But the thing is that this is a shared game. between two cultures that have been apart from each other. If it was one game, one culture sharing a game to the other that the other didn't already have, this would seem weird. But this is a game that both of them shared. But there's two ways to see this. One way is with Axwos, who frankly I think thinks he's smarter than he is. Thinks he knows everything there is to know about it. And Podsvisla, who everyone, somewhat including myself here, looks at him like he's a dumb grunt. But even in the real world, chess, which is what I am the one who's going to be looking at this as, the dumb grunt, chess can be his passion. He knows all the rules.
Maybe,
he knows how to castle. He knows all of the weird things that looks like you're cheating when no, I'm not. This is just one of the weird things that you can do. Because that's kind of what he was doing. And then he had Axe say, no, you can't do that. And then Axe is going, yeah, look at these dumb, look at this dumb person here thinking that they can just make up rules. It'll be like, yeah, no, I know what castling is. I know how to castle. And you're saying I don't. And you're saying I'm making shit up. So, yeah. No, what I'm doing here is going to make you lose. Because when he said, what in other moves you're going to submit, I was like, in other moves you're going to checkmate. And it's like, yeah. No, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing, dude. I just won. And this other guy's going, oh, you have to make up shit to win. And yeah, guess what? This is the kind of thing that actually does drive people to want to kill the other person. And you guys are already at matchsticks. You're just about ready to just light the fire to kill each other. Of course, this sort of thing can do it. And I just love that it was over a game of chess that brought them to odds.
Yeah. Like Bo-Katan said, it was bound to happen eventually.
Yeah, and of course, and to me, it was like, of course, it was bound to happen over a game of chess. And the game of chess goes this. I mean, just imagine in some games that we've played, just at the end of it, and just this
is, you know what this is like? This is akin to like if Annihilus and I got into like a Yu-Gi-Oh duel, and he did a move that I didn't agree with or that worked, and the next thing you know, we're knife fighting.
Yeah. And neither of these guys really hate each other, but they're already on edge with each other. So like,
it's the general tension of I don't like you because you treat me like I'm an idiot. I don't like you because you treat me like I'm an apostate.
Yeah. And both of them are, I don't like you because we're told that you are bad. Or because, better way to put it, because we were told you were bad and we're suddenly told you're okay. But we were told, but guys, we were told that they were bad. But you're saying they're okay now? Okay, well, we'll try to be nice. But now, playing a game, look at this!
I would say this would be different if it was Death Watch, because you know someone who's with Death Watch by their actions. You know, they pillage, they maim, they plunder, they kill like senselessly. With these two groups of Mandalorians, they're both told not to like each other.
Mm-hmm.
rather than, I don't know, thinking for themselves like most Mandalores do.
I just wonder how much any of these guys think for themselves, but just saying.
Yeah, I get you. So yeah, the knife fight happens, and then the baby,
Yep.
the baby stop it.
And which is kind of what I was saying earlier, that it's quite interesting that Grogu, after having such little time in that shell, is good enough in that shell
To actually stop the fight.
Yeah. That, I mean, the very fact that boom.
For all we know, he could have had just like 3 days with this thing.
Even
because
3 days.
there is time to consider for hyperspace travel. They left Navarro during the daytime, so it could have been a day flight there.
Keep in mind with hyperspace travel what Disney has done with hyperspace travel. Please keep that in mind.
Yeah.
They can jump from one system to another, to another, to another within the same day. Hyperspace is not an issue. Inner space versus outer rim is not an issue unless they want it to be one. They don't care. It really
is.
But
again, you get my point. Like Grogu's only had like maybe 2-3 days.
Even 3 days is not enough. I was thinking 1 day, but 3 days is still not enough for this.
Yeah, no. Again, like, and he's had breaks in between. He was sitting at the campfire. He was sitting at the dinner table. So he hasn't been spending all of his time in the robot body.
Yes. And by the way, this is us actually talking about an episode we like.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. If you critique stuff in an episode you like, I'm not even just talking about minor nitpicks. I'm talking about, plot inconveniences, plot contrivances, that sort of thing. If you critique that stuff, it means that you're actually a fan of it.
Yeah.
Because you're like, the writers, again, we still, just because we critique this episode doesn't mean there wasn't, like, we didn't like it.
It's largely, though, I don't want to make this a 12-hour freaking podcast.
Yeah, no, I get you. Again, I critique Rebels a lot, and I still love that show.
I've joked about making it go too long before, but this is the first time that I've been like, oh dear Lord, if I just let it go, we'll
be here for 12 hours. I get it.
Yeah.
Morgoth's ring. Hey, sorry, I was dealing with someone who said I should be cut in half by a semi-truck. Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Haha.
Probably the same group that I was talking to you about before. Yeah. Not getting into that. But,
Omega and Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Okay. And sorry, I actually had my tab over on my brand tab where I was able to click on my, and everything's okay with this, so I didn't have my comment tab up. So sorry about that.
That's all right.
No, I just apologize to the chat. Sorry, Morgan.
All right.
So yeah. Don't fight. Okay, let's not fight.
Baby, stop fight. Okay.
Yeah.
They come back with wounded.
Which, not much happens here, but I think the point here is that the armor is back with the fleet. And so that when whatever is coming at the fleet, the armor is back with the fleet.
Yeah.
And possibly the wounded that were brought back might not be so wounded.
Potentially, yeah.
The wounded may actually be sleeper agents. So
Trey
There's
Torres got it.
Yeah.
Okay, they're gliding. Big lizard, Gojira.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind that they've probably had this skiff going for maybe not the entire time that they've had, but I don't think they just started it. And they've been sailing this skiff around for quite a while. They seem pretty confident about bringing us to the the forge. And this is the first time that they've had this kind of a problem with this. Isn't it interesting that this is the first time that at their skiff were, because it's not like it looks like they've got the materials or resources to replace the skiff. So it seems like
So that's you think they would have encountered this thing before then, but apparently they haven't.
Yeah. And if it looked like they had the resources to replace the skiff, then it would make more sense. But it kind of looks like this is what they have.
Yeah.
And so we'll bring you to the forge. And the forge means that we lost our thing. But we're so confident about bringing to the forge that we've done it before. Yeah. I mean, it's still possible, but it starts becoming like, okay.
You're like, bro.
Yeah, it sort of starts making you go, what's going on? And they're going through the caverns. And now we have all this stuff coming at them. Ah! And we have someone needs to get up there. One sec. Wait. Okay, so we need backup.
They encountered the stormtrooper Mandos, super commandos. And again, even though they kind of have a T on their helmet, a lot of their design was based on the Mandalorian super commandos from Rebels, which was ironically enough based on the original designs for Boba Fett. So
So now they're like, we need backup. Somebody needs to get up there.
X is like, I go.
And we need split and swing there. And there's one person here who can provide cover fire, which is great. This is Paz Vizsla. This is Paz Vizsla's job. Does anyone here know what cover fire does? Because I do.
Yeah, it's meant to ensure someone can get a job done,
right,
while somebody else covers.
Do you know how? Not cover
you
fire.
You shoot at the enemy and make yourself a target so that they're too distracted to hit the actual person.
Actually, that's not quite it. When you're providing cover fire, especially when using something like a minigun like this guy has, he's got the perfect thing for it. What you're doing is you are providing fire that is making it so that the other people are afraid to be showing their heads. They need to be going behind cover. So the point of providing cover fire is not to actually kill anything. It's to make everybody afraid to show their face.
Smart.
So the point of it isn't actually to hurt anyone else. It's to make everyone go, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, and be hiding. And so while they're doing that, they're not able to actually fire back. Now the thing here is that Paz Vizsla is doing the right thing, but the stormtroopers don't react right.
Yeah, they kind of just
fires, and they don't hide.
No, they fly into the fire. because
They just stay
maybe
out
they
in the
think they can
open.
actually take him down or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
They're stupid.
which is the perfect thing for the person providing cover fire because, well, great. If you're actually going to be stupid enough to actually take the fire, awesome. That's even better. But the point of cover fire is that the people that are firing at you when you're doing it actually care about their own lives. Like cover fire would not work against a droid army that doesn't care because they go, whatever. Because the droid doesn't care about their own life. The point of cover fire is that the people that would fire back at you actually don't want to die.
Yeah.
And they're too scared to actually leave cover. But they're showing much. But here Paz is doing the right thing. But the people who are fighting against him are just going, yeah, it's fine. And they're just dying in front of him.
They're probably stupid enough to think that, like, because they have Beskar armor on, that
they don't. No, they don't. That's just Moff Gideon that has it on.
No, they're wearing Beskar armor too. Those troopers.
If they are, then this would be a very different battle.
Well, here's the thing: those are Beskar armored troopers.
I don't
believe
they
can take some fire.
No,
but the way Paz is
some fire, no. You would need a lot more proof to me than what I've seen for me to believe that's Beskar. That's just good armor, not Beskar. Gideon has Beskar.
Those are supposed to be Beskar. Let me.
If that's Beskar, oh dear Lord. If that's Beskar, then that causes so many things that I'm going to want to just bitch at earlier episodes with Din Djarin.
Okay, they're listed on Wikipedia as unidentified Beskar-plated troopers.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Do you remember an episode with Din Djarin where he had somebody firing the equivalent of a minigun, or at least multiple people firing in automatic weapons at him? So it was the equivalent of one person with a minigun. And he was never even harmed, just pushed backwards a little bit. Because...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what excuse they're going to go for with this. It's because Din has pure Beskar in opposed to most other Mandalorians who can... Remember, it's plot armor. The plot armor works when the writers want it to, and doesn't when the writers don't want it to.
And I am not willing to excuse that. It either works or it doesn't. And that's why...
Again, this is the writing that we're dealing with. Now, back in the days of the EU...
I just thought that
Beskar armor did have weaknesses. The armor itself could take whatever damage possible, but there were separation in between the plates where you could jam a blade or a precise shot and take somebody down.
That's always been my issue with the thing, where the equivalent of the Gatling gun was being shot at Din. Yeah, you do that. Part of the thing about the Gatling is that it isn't fully accurate. One of those shots, multiple of those shots, is going to hit the stuff in between just because of the randomness. Which is why I've always joked about those plates being magnetic to blaster bolts.
I know. I'm just going by what I heard in the episode, and
I did not realize
what Wikipedia says. Wikipedia says unidentified Beskar plated Imperial trooper.
I didn't. I mean, yes, it's dark enough. Yes, maybe it looks like it, but the fact that they're being shot at and I was giving them credit, but by assuming that they weren't. They're saying that those were Beskar plated. Yeah. Do you want to know what that would do to my rating of this episode if these guys are supposed to be plated with Beskar?
I'm assuming it lowers it.
Significantly, yes.
Well, again, you have to remember that like a lot of the other Mandalorians, they also have Beskar, but it's the excuse is that it's not as pure as Din's Beskar, so therefore it's not as plot armorable as his.
One sec. Old Moon says, which everything I expected. Yeah. Yeah, Margot. Old Moon is not in chat. I'm talking to Natso, not Old Moon.
Oh yeah, that's right. One of them does. One of them does yell. They have Beskar plated armor. First of all, how would he know that from? He must have good eyesight to see that.
My God.
I know. I see why it would create a problem for you. And even though it is Beskar, I'm pretty sure you already know this detail, but Gideon's armor is meant to be 4th generation Dark Trooper.
Oh, yeah. I got that.
Which pretty much means he fully intends to create a Dark Trooper program based on Beskar. So I was kind of right.
Yeah,
because I thought it was going to be like Dark Troopers plated with Beskar.
I was intending to give you credit on that, by the way, because when I got to that, I was like, "Yep, not so kind of called that." That was what I thought when I got to that. Don't worry, I thought of you.
Yeah, and again, I didn't think it was going to be like run-of-the-mill troopers like they were doing with the Super Commandos, because again, they've already done the Mandalorian Super Commando thing in Rebels. I thought for sure it was going to be like metal-plated Dark Troopers in Beskar, like pure Beskar armor, and they were going to be like nearly indestructible until Bo-Katan pulls out the Darksaber.
Yep. So,
It was going to be like the regular run-of-the-mill Mandos were going to be fighting a whole bunch of robotic Din Djarins, where they pretty much have plot armor to protect them from any damage.
Yeah. And now we're going from the caves to suddenly into Imperial shit, which seemed a little bit weird. Also makes me think that they've been doing stuff down here for a while.
It was his secret base away from his other secret base on Navarro.
Well, this very well may have been where he didn't really want the other warlords knowing what he was doing.
Well, like he said it was like a hampering. The way I see what Gideon's doing, he's kind of playing the long game. Mm-hmm. He's trying to because if you remember from like season 2, he was looking into the research of cloning, which means he was trying to build like the perfect loyal clone trooper. And then he was also trying to put them in Beskar armor, and potentially the part of the reason why he was looking into Grogu was to find a way to increase midi-chlorian count in clone troopers.
Yeah.
He was literally trying... I kind of applaud him for this, because he's literally trying to create the ultimate Imperial Commando that's force-sensitive, a perfect loyal clone, and wears Beskar-plated armor.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking to myself, actually, that's not a bad plan as far as making like perfect Imperial troops go.
It's like Los Plus Hermanos, if you know what that is.
Los Pollos Hermanos. Yes, the Chicken Man.
Yes.
I did call him when they first introduced him in season 1. I did call him Space Gus.
Yep. So yeah, And now we
Like
have
he's trying to
Fallout-
predict the perfect, create the perfect meth. Like he's trying to create the perfect trooper.
Yeah. But this time he has to do it himself instead of recruiting the person who did it.
Well, I kind of like it purely because because everybody else seems to be relying on the return of Thrawn. He's the only one that's like, I'm not putting all my eggs in one basket.
Yeah. I actually don't really care about Thrawn. Why? Other than that, you guys might be able to give me some bombers and shit.
Well, if you
Yeah.
remember from the Ahsoka trailer, the heir to the Empire, I'm like, oh god.
Yeah.
So that's where they're kind of leading because there's like,
it's the
Thrawn's
fact-
a perfect strategist. He'll lead the Empire.
Mhm. And they have their nice little ambush. And here's part of my issue. We got our ambush.
Yeah.
We got this. Got people behind there. And we can't do anything to help them or anything. And Bo-Katan's one of the people behind there. And one of the things that I was yelling was, she has the fucking dark saber. She can open.
No, she could have literally turned on the Darksaber, cut a hole, and given them an advantage.
And you know what I'm about to do?
And everybody's okay with this? Did I miss something?
It was funny in previous context. It's funnier in this context.
Yeah, especially because a little bit later, as they're starting to lift the gate up, she's like, "Oh shit! I have the Darksaber. I can get us out here." You bitch! You could have just taken it out. And this isn't the thing that you're doing from back there to go through the really heavy thing. This thing in front of you wasn't that heavy. You could have gone whoomp.
So
and we could have gone through.
Din's capture and Paz Vizsla's noble sacrifice, mind you, are her fault.
Why, yes.
Because she had the Darksaber and didn't use it.
You might.
And everybody's okay with this? Did I miss something?
I'm kind of not. I'm kind of not okay with this. And this is the one who the Darksaber has chosen to be the big. If your spirit theory turns out to be correct, this is the one the Darksaber has chosen. I'm like,
he can make mistakes too.
I'm like, really? Really?
It looks like to me, Moff Gideon is using an enemy stand. He's an enemy stand.
His enemy stand is called Black Beskar Trooper.
Yep.
Holy shit!
Sorry, Ned, that's a JoJo reference there. Holy shit!
I've heard enough. I know.
All right. So so Din gets captured and those Mandos dying. It's Bo-Katan's fault. What's next? Moff Gideon monologue.
Which we need to get him for debriefing. Which the question I have to ask is, what does Moff Gideon think he needs to get from debriefing from Din? Because okay,
I made the joke when they grabbed him and they're like, take him for debriefing and debrief him. No, they're going to rape me.
Okay, this might
I'm
seem
sorry,
a bit
horrible
odd,
humor.
but I've been making the joke with one of my clients lately. He's somewhat quadriplegic, so I actually, when he has to go to the bathroom, I have to pull his pants down to help him and stuff. And I've been joking with him that, yeah, dude, I'm pantsing you. Which, by the way, he thinks is actually pretty hilarious when I say that. So
nice.
It's not something that's anything bad, but yeah, I pants my client.
Well, in that instance, you're helping him. I get it.
But, yeah, but that's the joke.
Mine was just a horrible joke, though.
oh, I know, but I just thought I'd mention it. But yeah. But seriously, here, what does Moff Gideon feel the need to get from him intelligence-wise.
He's not actually going to get from him anything intelligence-wise. He's going to take his armor, melt it down, and make more of his shitty Beskar troopers.
No, but then why don't we just kill him here and then melt it down?
You mean take off his helmet, kill them, and kill him then and there like a competent?
Yeah, like
Space
a smart
Gus.
person would do. Like a smart
Space
person.
Gus.
Because Moff Gideon is one of those dudes that takes a minute to explain his evil plan.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah,
he's also one of those dudes that thinks things through. And
Yeah.
Clearly
He
he's
does.
not, because he's saying,
but that's my
take this
issue.
minute to tell Bo-Katan his evil plan.
When have you ever known that?
My problem is that the way that they made his character is contrary to how they have him showing what he is.
Yeah.
His character,
Yeah, I get you.
including not killing Din on the spot here, because Bo-Katan would have had things to debrief her for. Din Djarin doesn't.
Yeah, he's tried to kill Din on previous series, not take him alive. So I'm wondering, like,
Yeah. So, yeah, we're not going to kill you. We're going to go debrief you. What? Why? Kill him. Just kill him.
so I like that he doesn't put all his eggs in one basket, but I also don't like that he has the ego of the monologue villain.
Exactly.
That might be his Achilles heel.
Yep.
I'm not going to take off your helmet and kill you right here and now, so you're no longer a problem. I'm going to make sure they strip you of all your Beskar and then torture you and kill you.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Just seems easier just to kill you now, but I'm excessive. I don't know.
And I'm going to laugh at you.
He's like Dr. Evil. He's like Dr. Evil and Scott. Scott telling him, why don't you just kill him?
That's right.
And this entire time,
I'm not going to actually witness him dying. I'm just going to leave him in an easily escapable situation, starting an elaborate death, and I'm just going to assume it all went to plan. What?
And this entire time, let's just say we didn't do anything until Din was actually tied up, right? Let's just claim that it makes sense that we didn't go through this thing until it was a done deal with Din, right?
Yeah. There's another part of this scene that bothers me, and you'll see what I mean in a minute.
But let's just pretend we're at 41:55 because at the point that he takes his helmet off, it's a done deal with Din, right?
Yeah.
Now, how long does it take for her to decide that we need an escape hatch? I mean, she should have already cut them
honestly, while he was monologuing was the perfect time for her to start cutting a hole through.
Right.
And, here's something that also interests me. Fast forward to the point after they say this is the way, and they start shooting at the door and the glass.
Oh God!
Since you already fully knew that Gideon was going to open the door to kill you all, why didn't you start shooting until after the door was lifted?
Yeah. And
why didn't you shoot after the door was lifted and not overheat and waste ammunition? Instead, they're firing at the door like dunces,
which is like
wasting
3 minutes.
Shots.
I think that was 3 minutes.
She could have taken down the Praetorian.
Yeah, well, again, Dad, they're firing at the door that's not even open, wasting shots.
I know. I was like, what the fuck?
They should wait until the door actually opens and then fire.
Yeah, so it's basically minute 42 when he is so confident that he's taking his helmet off, which already they should have just obliterated the door with the dark saber, but we ignore that. And 42 minutes, and then we go forward and they start shooting as it's coming up. At almost exactly 2 minutes forward, 2 minutes 15 seconds, and now she runs to the back of the room and takes her dark saber out
Rather
make
than doing that,
an
yeah,
escape.
like a couple minutes ago.
She could have done two things. One would have been to try to help save Din, or actually even before Din was completely fucked, could have been like, "Hey, guess what? Thump, thump. Guess what? This door didn't matter to us because I have the Darksaber. Let's rally to his defense." Or,
Like, I get it's a
okay.
thick door, so it's going to take time to cut through.
No. Compare this door to the one that was being put up on the other side. This is the full-on blast door. The other one was glass that they could look through. That was
not
the
entirely. Mostly just the top was glass.
I don't care. I actually don't care. Open that top part of glass and have the minigun guy have fun with that.
Yeah. And again, the time it takes for her to actually open it, though, because you're probably right. That blast door probably isn't that thick.
Yeah.
So it would probably take her no more than a minute to cut it open.
This door looks like the full-on blast door that they had to deal with in Phantom Menace. The other door, just looked like, "Hi, we just thumped it down in front of you." Which,
they could cut through this no problem.
Yeah, it would be like, well, this would be a little bit difficult, but it wouldn't be.
Again, this would take maybe a minute, and I'm stressing maybe a minute to cut through.
And that's why I was talking about the time frames on this. Like, we just watched going, but we're doing nothing.
We're just gonna stand there and let the evil villain monologue instead of actually doing something.
Yeah. I mean, it is possible to have the full-on blast door that takes forever to get through. But the thing that just fell down in front of them was not one of those, especially since it had
even if it's like blaster-proof glass, it's still, the lightsaber can still cut through it.
And again, you get through that, and then pause. You go to town while I get to the rest of this.
Yeah.
And also the rest of you that are just using blasters, fire through there. I mean, you might not be able to get at the exact person that's attacking Din, but note that Din was actually doing relatively well. His problem was that
I just thought of a strategy that would have worked. I just thought of a strategy that would have worked. Hear me out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bo turns on her jetpack for a second. She cuts across just the glass portion of the door, and they can fire from a covered position.
Yeah.
Completely from a covered position. Mm-hmm. The only risk is that maybe the Empire might throw a thermal detonator in there, but they'd be smart enough to throw it back. If any got through, anyway.
She'd still need to actually actually open other firing ports through, but you're completely right on the idea that she doesn't need to make full body ports through. She just needs to make firing ports.
Well, here's
all
the thing,
she needs to
do. The entire top of the door is bulletproof glass, right?
Well,
all she has to do is cut through the glass and leave the rest of the door intact, and they've got a good cover system right there.
Yeah. But the problem there is that to get the angle on Din and his attackers, shooting up would not get at them. They do need to get more lateral shots.
I get that. She probably just cut enough, but yeah.
But she could actually make. I wasn't even thinking about that. She could just make firing ports in the friggin' door, and if they didn't like that, you know what they could do? They could actually raise the portcullis. That's all they could. That's all they could do. They could go, okay, there's firing ports, and we don't like that, so we open it, and guess what? Our ambush thing is gone.
Pretty much.
So, Bo-Katan, you were a fucking moron. Even more of one than I was thinking of when I was first watching this.
So some people are not going to like what you just said. I'm just saying this now.
I actually liked this, but when I said that I had issues, this is where I was talking about I had issues. I had issues with the way that she handled her motherfucking Darksaber. This was where I was talking about.
I hear you.
And I have more now than I had before.
And again, it's not like she didn't have time to think of a plan or a way out.
They gave her time.
He was monologuing
She was
that entire
monologuing.
time. I'm
after-
blah blah blah. I've got the perfect blah 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 blah.
And she was
Perfect
sitting there
soldier, dark
watching.
trooper.
And she was sitting there watching while he was fighting off the I think 5 troopers that were needed to actually take him down, which took more than a minute, I think. So she was watching that. She had plenty of time to think things through.
She could
And
have cut
she
out
did
3
nothing.
firing ports and a doorway for Din and the others to come in through, while the firing ports covered their position.
And I wouldn't blame her for not having thought about creating firing ports. I would completely absolve her of that thought.
Yeah,
but
I get that.
But the fact that she didn't even think of what she's going, we can't get to him because that's the visceral. We can't get to him to save him. I have a Darksaber that can make doors in things, and at that point I was like, okay, they're just not going to do this. Well, they're just stupid. Then minutes later, after all of this happened, she then goes, oh shit, turns around, goes to the other door behind her, and does the exact thing. It's the thicker door, does the exact thing that I was like, why didn't you do this in the first place? I'm like, oh, so the thing that I was actually going, you guys just forgot about this. You didn't forget about it. You just don't think that it was something to do there.
Well, here's something they could have done. Let's say that they managed to stop the ambush point and got through. Right. Let's say that they were forced to open the portcullis and let them all through. All right.
Yeah.
They could have left Bo with like 3 or 4 Mandalorians to cut out the back entrance while they dealt with like the TIE fighters and the Imperials, because they all have jetpacks.
Yeah.
They all have jetpacks, so they could easily float and just fire their guns, especially Paz firing that minigun within the hangar at any explosive fuel crates or something, and just make a complete mess of that Imperial base.
Yep.
But that they don't do that.
Well, the problem,
no.
See, the problem is that doing that, actually having a plan, then you wouldn't have Din Djarin being captured, and you wouldn't have Paz Vizsla have to give him his life. So,
Hey,
so for plot's sake, that's why they didn't do that.
You could actually have both Din Djarin and Bo be captured, and everyone else survive, right? Because both of them could be like, no, we're going to stay till the end, as she's saving him from the worst of it. And then we both get captured as everyone else survives.
Yeah.
That could have actually happened.
That would have been more interesting, because then Gideon has the Darksaber again, and the Mandalorians would have to choose whom they would follow at that point. They'd most likely take the obvious choice, which is, we follow her because she's our leader and blah, like the honorable thing.
Yeah. I'm not saying that it had to go that way, but that's one of the ways that it could have gone. That could have been an interesting thing to do.
Yeah.
The
plot armor was not with them this time.
But the plot armor still is, because both Din and Bo are still unscathed. Even though Din is captured, he is still unscathed. The plot armor.
For now.
I know, but the plot armor is still with Din. May the plot armor be with you.
For this particular battle, the plot armor was not fully with them.
It still was.
It was with them. It just wasn't fully with them.
It was with them enough.
So, okay. So past that, let's get to the non-shitty version of the TLJ guards.
Yeah, that's
where Paz makes ultimate sacrifice.
Ah, yes. And now this is actually something that I liked.
Oh yeah, no, his last stand, I loved it. I was just like,
Yeah.
oh, this is where he dies. My dad and I were joking like he pulled an Erdnot grunt.
Mm-hmm. I don't have much of a problem with this. I would have liked to have seen more of him, but if this is how he has to go out, this is how to go out.
Yeah, it's not a bad way.
And he took out not a platoon. He didn't take out a platoon. He didn't take out some stormtroopers. He took out a motherfucking in army of them.
Yeah.
If it weren't for that contingent that's going to come on scene, this guy actually did. And as much as I clowned on him for carrying that minigun up to that pterodactyl nest, this is what the minigun is for.
Yeah.
I will not stop clowning on him for carrying that minigun up to that pterodactyl nest.
Hey, it's the same with me and the stupid helmet rule. So.
Mm-hmm. But he used that minigun. This is what it's good for. He took out not a platoon. He took out an entire company of stormtroopers.
Of these troops, yeah.
And good stormtroopers, not stormtroopers that can't hit their target. Good
Beskar stormtroopers too.
I won't call them that.
Despite the fact that they're officially called Beskar troopers.
I don't care. You will not hear that term cross my lips.
Okay.
The one person that has Beskar here is Gideon. The rest of
the
them,
rest of the stormtroopers.
the rest of the stormtroopers have actual competent armor. If we need to suddenly start calling competent armor Beskar, that is actually kind of pathetic. Because there is armor that works against blasters. It's just not perfect. And that's what these guys have. It doesn't have to be Beskar to make it actually somewhat effective. To say that it's Beskar plated is kind of...
There's no way it could be fully Beskar because it killed him.
Yeah, it's kind of pathetic to say that was Beskar plated. Because, I mean, no. I will
Well,
not
to be
do
fair,
that.
their entire body wasn't Beskar plated. Their torsos are still fully exposed.
Neither was Mando's.
True. Although it doesn't change the rule, by the way, because bullets seem to be a magnetic force onto these armors.
Only for Mando, apparently.
Nope, for others too.
Well, but then why did it hit their torsos? Because he said that
I think some did.
Yeah, but then why didn't any of them hit Mando's torso or the places in between the plates?
Plot armor. I don't know, dude.
Do you see why I refuse to accept that
even if it officially says that's what they are?
You need to give me something better than Wikipedia. Wikipedia has actually tarnished their Wikipedia.
There was a Mandalorian that said that's Beskar. They're wearing Beskar.
Yeah,
but this goes back to my point that their Beskar armor was inferior to the Mandalorians.
Yeah.
If they learned how to do forge, they fucked it up.
Okay. So, if you guys want to have me admit to the fact that when people say Beskar, they don't actually mean Beskar, I will admit to that.
They don't mean pure Beskar. They mean like half-assed Beskar.
It's plating. That's it.
It
I
blocks a
guess-
few shots, but it's not plot armor.
It's not fully forged. Correct.
I guess I guess I will grant you that. I mean, I tend to think that words mean things.
Yeah, I get
So-
you.
It's the diet soda of Beskar.
It's
but-
that's a good one. It's the diet soda of Beskar.
Yeah.
If the Mandalorians have the original Coke, this is Diet Coke
This is Coke Zero.
or Coke Zero.
Guess what? I'm not impressed. And I'm still not going to call it Beskar.
I
Even
get
though-
you. I understand.
Even though Disney wants me to call it Beskar, apparently. Fuck Disney.
I honestly, I'm ashamed to call it Beskar if it is Beskar. But I'm like, that's piss poor Beskar right there.
Mm-hmm. Which means
Yeah.
that they
Guess what? I still like this episode, but actually talk about it, discuss it, I like it less.
I get it. I get it. Okay, so now we get to the non-shitty version of the TLJ guards.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they're wearing Beskar or not.
And actually, to be fair, that there were Praetorian guards in Return of the Jedi as well. This is not the weapon. That they
No,
used.
those were just regular. Those were just regular Royal Guards, not Praetorians.
Really?
The Praetorians were exclusive to TLJ until
Yeah.
this.
Okay. Oh crap! I'm about to pull out something that I don't have really good historical knowledge on, so I could come up sounding like complete ass. And you know that Praetorian Guards is actually a historical thing, right?
Yeah, I know. They're is it Greek or Roman? I can't remember which.
Roman.
Roman. Okay.
They were the Caesar's personal.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
And if you're talking about the blue guards with the whole Roman look, those are Senate guards.
And I don't know that
the
much
red
about
guards
them.
were known as royal guards, like just
But
imperial royal guards.
okay.
Which is what Snoke had.
The reason I know that is, again, I am citing a comic as a source, but there's actually a lore reason within the comic. On the planet Yinchor, that's where Palpatine had like the most elite, force sensitive guards trained there, and like by elite I mean like if you fell short, you were probably killed, basically.
Okay.
It's from the look into the comics Crimson Empire, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Probably won't happen, but okay.
The cover art for those by Dave Dorman, my
I
eyes
actually don't. I actually don't mean to be an ass on that when I say that. It's
no,
that,
I get you. But no,
it's not that I'm unwilling to. It's that I've actually been really meaning to finish the Legacy comics, and I still haven't. So it's not.
I'm just saying, do me a favor and look up on Google. Look up Crimson Empire cover art.
Actually,
and
I
you'll
can do
see
that
what
right
those
now.
guards look like underneath their robes.
One sec. Underneath their robes, really?
Well, the most of the time you see the guards, they're in their robes.
I'm giving you shit. So you said the Crimson Guard, and what else should I look for?
Your Crimson Empire cover art.
Crimson Empire cover art. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of these are by Dave Dorman. I'm looking at it right now myself.
Oh yeah, and I actually see one. One sec.
If you look in images, you'll see.
No, I'm looking in images. It's not the fastest for me to actually change between.
I get it.
Sharing one thing and sharing a different thing. So just give me a sec. Here you go.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about right there. That's what the guards look like regularly when the robe is moved.
Mm-hmm. You just want to look at the other things beneath the robe.
Yes, of course. I mean, do you see that armor? How shiny it is?
Oh yeah. Now, what I'm typically looking at is honestly
Also, the helmet looks like a penis.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Now what I'm typically looking at is the things that are on the left and the right of the hands, and what's actually on the blade, and whether the blade can actually handle whatever it's stabbing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the biggest thing that I was thinking while watching this scene was, okay, he just went through this, showing that his armor, at the very least, is impervious to a lot of this shit. And whatever they're using is able to go through it.
It's those same energy weapons from TLJ.
Yeah, these ones are more powerful though.
Yeah, these ones look, they're like, they have like a purple look rather than a red one. I also feel like they have better armor than the TLJ guards, because the second anything touched them.
What's more powerful than a lightsaber?
Far as I'm aware, nothing. Although there are weapons like electro staffs that can clash with lightsabers. So I'm guessing what they have can clash.
But what I'm saying is that they were stabbing through his armor.
Yeah.
Through his armor. Which I thought was interesting.
So clearly these weapons are stronger than Beskar. Not exactly lightsabers, but close enough.
And to be completely fair, we don't know that what he's wearing is full Beskar, but we do know that it was enough to completely deflect a company's worth of troopers.
Yeah.
So then he comes up against these guys. And it's like, what, we're paying for the Praetorian Guard? Are we paying for the Praetorian Guard, or are we preparing? Or are we paying for the experimental weapons?
I got to admit that as far as these Praetorians go, they're very well trained.
Oh yes, but I'm just saying, you put these very well trained people with a weapon that wasn't able to go through the armor, and he would have still gone through them like butter.
Oh yeah, probably. I could see him cracking their skulls open.
So what was Gideon actually paying for?
He was paying for like super elite guys, but yeah, I get what you mean.
He wasn't paying for the guys. He was paying for guys who could use weapons that could actually go through armor like Gideon was wearing.
Yep. So that means they could easily kill Gideon.
Yeah.
Once they get an order from a higher authority.
Isn't that interesting?
That's probably Thrawn's idea.
Concentrated plasma.
Yeah.
Is what they did. The concentration of, like an extra concentration of plasma, stronger than the lightsaber beam.
I wouldn't say stronger than. I would say close to equal footing.
Because you can see the thickness of the staff.
Yeah.
I would say that it's interesting that they're able to make a plasma beam in a staff like that they could give to them.
Well, keep in mind, Ned, these are close to the same weapons from TLJ.
I don't care. But actually, but to be fair, when we talk about TLJ,
it really
I don't remember the other weapons being actually as deadly as the lightsabers. It's just that they could actually block and defend with them, and they would still, it'll definitely hurt if you hit them the other side.
Yeah.
I don't see these being the same things as in TLJ. Not from what I remember.
Well, those weapons in TLJ could actually clash with lightsabers.
Yeah.
That's
No.
what I mean.
Yeah,
No.
they could penetrate the Beskar.
Yeah, not as far as I'm aware.
You
And
can
I know
defend.
I know the guards in
a Cortosis blade can actually defend against a lightsaber, but it
so they
does
could
not
be
have.
an energy or plasma powered Cortosis weapons.
I'm saying that a Cortosis blade, without anything else, does not need to be powered by anything, can defend against a lightsaber.
Yeah.
That it does not need to be powered by it. My point is that you're going to have something that can defend against a lightsaber without being able to have the offensive punch that the lightsaber would have. On the other hand, it doesn't really matter if you have the full on punch of a lightsaber if you're gutting the other person with a dagger. All you need to do is keep the other person from killing you with a lightsaber and then stab them in the gut with a dagger. That's what the people in TLJ were trying to do. They were able to stop the lightsaber and then kill conventionally.
Yeah, no, I get that. But so you're wondering if these weapons have the capability to carve through Beskar, which is supposed to be unbreakable.
It's so hard to go through. Yes, that's
like
exactly what
not
I'm
even a
trying to say.
lightsaber apparently can go through it.
Yeah, and it's not like they were sitting there with someone on the ground trying to get through it and got through it. They had somebody standing up that they were punching it through, and that was like, really? that was my thing. If they had him against a wall and was punching it through, I could actually have gotten that. But
wait, were they actually breaking his Beskar, or were they hitting gaps in his armor? That's the question.
That's what it looked like to me, and I will pull it up. I'm not saying this for sure, but that's what it looked like to me.
They could, because if they're hitting gaps in his armor, that's more believable to me.
Oh yeah, if they're pulling gaps in his armor, that's not that big of a deal to me. But except for the fact that how many times should that have happened before with Din? But other than that,
yeah. Because remember, he could clash the Beskar spear against Ahsoka's lightsabers, no problem.
Again, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So yeah, okay. So we're watching. I want to see this too.
Okay, so right there.
No, it appears it's going through his armor.
Yeah, that's piercing that. How the hell can they do that?
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeez, wow.
This is not a targeted blow. This is going through. Hey, look at me. You do this.
Fucking baloney.
And we got down there.
Yeah, I remember that scene. He's even pulling it.
Yeah.
He was kind of doing alerts.
And we got
now that part I might find debatable.
That one is actually between the blades. That one I'm okay with.
Yeah. But that first strike, and maybe even the leg strike might have been in between the blades. I can buy those last two. But that first strike should have been from the side.
And they're still showing it to us there.
Yeah, he's pulling it out of the Beskar.
Yeah.
Wow.
What the fuck?
And yeah. So yeah, fuck that.
What the fuck?
Which is why I say I want to know
That's
what
lazy.
the hell these guys are using.
That's really lazy.
Just a little.
No, that's lazier than the disappearing knife from TLJ.
And I bet you didn't think you'd be having a statement like that when we started this stream.
No, because like the disappearing knife, that's like a debatable thing. Like maybe he dropped it during the fight, as unlikely as that is. But this one, it's literally an energy weapon just going through plated Beskar armor like it's tissue paper.
And everybody's okay with this? Did I miss something?
Sorry.
No, that was a good time for it.
But yeah, I should have really kept it a bit beneath wraps till like something like this, but I actually didn't think that I was going to get many times to use that, so I jumped the gun on it because I just wanted to make sure I got a chance to. I should have saved it for this.
It definitely has a lot more impact. That's something I didn't think about because lightsabers aren't supposed to penetrate Beskars, or so that's the intention I've been giving. They superheat it, but not penetrate it.
I mean, hell, even Cortosis they can go through. It's just hard. Beskar is like the thing
there's actually been some instances where if the Cortosis is pure and strong enough, it actually deactivates the lightsaber for a temporary time.
Which that actually makes sense. But when we talk about Cortosis weave, we're literally not talking about, which again we're talking about pure Beskar versus this. And what I'm talking about is a Cortosis weave. So if you were to swing a lightsaber at pure Cortosis, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see it just go boom. Go, yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, so I gotta ask, what type of weapons are these? Like they clash with lightsabers but don't destroy them, yet they cleave right through Beskar like it's nothing.
Yeah, I thought that was just me asking that question.
No, I'm asking that question. What type of weapons are these?
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, he ran him through in the strongest part of the chest plate armor, the torso,
because that's where it's the thickest typically.
I'm on Wikipedia right now because I'm trying to figure out what type of
And that was the end of the episode.
carried various high-tech melee weapons that were derived for some extent, from the Etresian Emperor Royal Guard.
Oh dear Lord!
Can somebody tell me what type of weapons these are? Because the only explanation is that they are high-tech melee weapons.
Yeah.
There's no like official title for what type of weapon this is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call bullshit.
I'm gonna call bullshit for pretty much the original time that I saw that go through his armor.
Yep, bullshit.
I saved that for mentioning on the stream. That's one of the things I was like, yeah, I'm not mentioning that.
Well, you know me, Ned. I'm not as technical a guy as you are, but this has got me scratching my head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what type of weapons are these?
Oh my god. Just gotta say, we've been going for 4 hours and 45 minutes.
And you know what? I can't wait to tweet that. I can't wait to bring everybody's attention to that BS. I can't wait.
And minus the fact that
Can
we're
you put
bitching
this
about
part of the
this,
stream, net, so people can understand what we're talking about?
I might. I actually don't mind if anyone else does too. By the way, doesn't bother.
No, there's no. I just looked at the Praetorian Guards on Wikipedia, and there's no official name beyond high-tech melee weapons, and there's no like detailed
High-tech.
article that I can look into.
High-tech melee weapons.
See why it's so important?
That's very vague.
But by the way, do you guys remember what I have actually classified in lightsabers as?
Yeah, no, I liked your explanation. It was a bulb effect plasma weapon.
No, I know, but I mean, do you guys remember what I have classified them as? Like, classified as what type of weapon are they?
It's been. You may have to
I don't
re-educate
mind.
me again.
They are weapons of mass destruction.
That makes sense.
They're weapons of mass
So you're telling me
destruction
there's a better weapon of mass destruction that can not only deflect the lightsaber, which again, that's a believable possibility since most weapons can do that, depending on like whatever cortosis or Beskar they have.
Yeah, because
but
you can defend
break
against it.
through the unbreakable substance that is Beskar.
Yeah.
And tell me if Ned understands this. Size-wise and matter and molecular, those weapons are more powerful than the fucking Death Star.
Yeah.
Scientifically.
Pretty much. And the Death Star is powered by a lot of the same
If
things.
you basically make an entire energy field over a planet based on the designs of these high-tech melee weapons,
Yeah.
if the Death Star or any other super laser that uses kyber crystals as laser energy to fire at that planet, all they need to do is put up the shield based on that technology, and it's useless.
Yeah, pretty much.
Bravo, Disney. He made the biggest, most vague, detailed device ever created.
And you know what?
Kudos.
And
Kudos.
you know, Lemmings gonna lap that shit up.
My dad says, think of the millions of lemmings that'll lap that shit up.
Yep.
First this has me scratching my head, now this has me laughing.
Is this a comedy?
I don't think it was supposed to be.
But the lightsaber, the energy weapon, it's broken because this weapon exists. There is no pinnacle weapon greater than this weapon now. This very vague, unexplained, high-tech laser melee weapon type thing.
So I'm going to take us off of YouTube, and I'm going to share the Star Wars droids that you guys brought up earlier.
Is that all for the episode then?
I think so. I don't think there's much more to say other than I spent.
There's nothing more powerful than the Disney canon that did a jerking motion. So
other than us spending our spleens on that, which I was not really expecting us to do, to be honest. So yeah,
wow, I'm just.
And now this probably won't last
This
for very
makes
long.
me dislike the Last Jedi even more. I didn't think that was possible.
And I'm pissed at Bo-Katan too.
Well, that's we already discussed that problem. We understand that problem. She didn't think far ahead. But
she didn't think. Period.
This is lore breaking. That there is a weapon that is stronger than a kyber crystal or Beskar.
This isn't consistent with any lore.
Yeah, I don't even think the EU had anything, because the EU had like the lightsabers are the strongest type of weapon in the universe, other than like the Force itself. So maybe these weapons are made out of pure Force. I don't know. There's no details on them. So yeah, that's our take on this latest episode of Mandalorian. Good episode, but we found out more than we wanted to.
We liked it more. We actually liked it overall, but as we discussed it, it was like the ending of it just kind of crumbled.
I mean, like, minor nitpicks aside, that the fact that this weapon exists and is apparently indestructible to either lightsabers or Beskar, for that matter, which are supposed to be like the hardest types of forces and minerals in the universe. So my only explanation is that these weapons are made of pure force energy.
Which they can't be. So
No, it's Disney magic. That's why it works.
It's Disney magic. That's what my dad. It's Disney magic. That's why it works.
So yeah, as ended, this was a good episode that crumbled at the end. Disney, you didn't have to do that. So
no, they didn't. No.
For the hundreds watching and thousands at watching at home, let's get ready to rumble.